Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting, joint public meeting, to order at 9 o'clock. We have a quorum. We have all of the councillors from the Township of Muskoka Lakes present. We have two members of the equivalent committee from district here. One of them, both of them in person? No, one of them, I think. One online. One online and one in person. We have a supplementary agenda that has been distributed regarding the draft noise bylaw, which we will discuss after the joint meeting. And let me first ask, do any members of this whole committee have any disclosure of pecuniary interest? All right, seeing none. So let me tell you about this meeting. This is, of course, a joint planning meeting between the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee and the District of Muskoka Community and Planning Services Committee. We're holding a concurrent public statutory meeting under the authority of Section 22 and 34 of the Planning Act for the proposed Muskoka Official Plan Amendment number 62, proposed Township of Muskoka Lakes Official Plan Amendment number 64, and zoning bylaw amendment file ZBA 22/23, which relates to 1048 and 1112 Judd Hayden Road. The purpose of this meeting is twofold. First is to provide the District and Community Planning Committee, to provide the District Community and Planning Services Committee, Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee, and the public with details and background information on the development proposal. And number two, to hear comments from the public on the proposal prior to a decision being made. A decision on these applications will not be made today, but rather at a future meeting. However, please bear with me as I read some important mandatory statements from the Planning Act about appeal rights. If a person or public body who would otherwise have the ability to appeal the decision of the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee or District of Muskoka Community and Planning Services Committee does not make oral submissions at this public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Muskoka Lakes or the District of Muskoka, the person or body is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the OLT, unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party. The procedure for this meeting will provide an opportunity for staff to briefly summarize the proposal, for the applicant or their agent to make a presentation, for district and township committee members present to ask questions or seek clarification, and for the public to make comments. Any persons making representations are required to first state their name and mailing address. Please note that presentations are limited to 5 minutes. That's for the public. We will now convene the meeting in accordance with Section 22 and 34 of the Planning Act. So what we will do is we're going to have presentations from the district and township staff. Then we will have the applicant make the presentation. And then we will have the public. You can come and ask questions. And what we will do is we will gather all the questions that the public may have and answer them after the public has asked their questions. Then we will have committee meetings. Committee members will be able to ask questions. Yes, I did.
Oh, sorry.
You were listening. All right, so let's start with our staff members, Curtis Severett and Emily Crowder.
Sorry, I just was even said no, also.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, and welcome members of committee, both district and township. The applications that are before you today are for consideration of Amendment 62 to the Muskoka Official Plan, Amendment 64 to the Township of Muskoka Lakes Official Plan, as well as zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2223, respecting updates to the resort village of Manette. The subject lands are known municipally as 1048 and 1112 Judd Haven Road, and a portion of the lands do not have a municipally assigned address. The lands are more commonly referred to as the lands associated with the Cleveland's House Resort within the resort village of Manette. As the members of Township Committee and the public may know, Manette has an extensive planning history that is detailed in the staff reports included in the agenda package.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. The subject lands are currently developed with cabins associated with Cleveland's House Resort, a marina, commercial areas, including a yoga studio, and have frontage on Lake Rosso. The site has an undulating topography, beach areas, and is vegetated with mature trees amongst the developed areas. The subject lands contain a wetland, which is situated at the northern reach of Wallace Bay, Muskoka Road 28, Judd Haven Road, a Class B district road is located to the west of the site, and a privately owned section of Judd Haven Road bisects the lot east to west. The area around the site contains tourism, residential, commercial, and recreational uses. More specifically, Fire Station 5, a golf course, and residential uses are located to the north of subject lands. The GW Marriott and residential uses are located east of the subject lands, and other lands owned by the applicant, as well as residential uses. An unrelated draft approved plan of standard condominium containing 43 resort commercial units is located to the south of the subject lands.
Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing a resort development consisting of a wellness center, including 3 indoor sport courts, a gym, a spa, a yoga studio, exhibition rooms, 8 retail spaces, a restaurant, food and beverage facilities, and 5 office spaces, a marina, 17 outdoor sport courts, a tennis pavilion, a viewing tower, 48 rental cabins, private beaches, stormwater facilities, and a water and wastewater treatment plant. Though staff would note that the lands where the treatment plant is proposed are not currently included in the first phase of development.
Three applications have been submitted to facilitate the proposed development, including Muskoka Official Plan Amendment 62, Muskoka Lakes Official Plan Amendment 64, and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZBA 22-23. Muskoka Official Plan Amendment 62 proposes to amend the policies of the Manette Special Policy Area to permit development within a wetland, provided that a study is prepared which demonstrates the development will not result in a loss of wetland function, conflict with existing site-specific wetland management practices, and or result in a loss of contiguous wetland area. If these conditions cannot be met, the proposal seeks to permit the use of enhancement okay, I'm struggling with that word. I think you understand what I'm trying to say. Compensatory, my apologies. Tripping over myself this morning. Compensatory measures. The amendment also seeks to allow site alteration on lands adjacent to a wetland, significant wildlife habitat, and fish habitat, as well as to permit commercial and or residential accommodation uses within 20 meters of the shoreline, and flexibility with respect to the requirement for a 15-meter vegetation buffer adjacent to the lake. Lastly, the OPA seeks to permit development and site alteration in the wetland. Next slide, please. For context, the purple area on screen indicates the extent of the static flood elevation of Lake Rosso.
Next slide, please. A total of 5 amendments have been applied for as part of OPA 64, which is the proposed official plan amendment to the township's official plan. The amendments include the following. First, an amendment to section C1523, which stipulates that no development shall be permitted within wetlands with the exception of conservation uses that may include trails or boardwalks. The application seeks to amend this provision to permit resort commercial accommodation units, recreation uses, resort commercial uses, including sport courts, trails, and boardwalks within wetlands. Second, an amendment to section C1524, which stipulates that development adjacent to wetland areas may be permitted only if a satisfactory EIS is submitted, which indicates that such development will not result in loss of wetland function, conflict with existing site-specific wetland management practices, and/or loss of contiguous wetland area. The application seeks to amend this provision to permit the study to be prepared through the Master Development Agreement or Site Plan Approval process and include the following wording. In the event that these tests cannot be met by development within or adjacent to the wetland, enhancement and/or compensatory measures may be considered to permit development to the satisfaction of the district or township. Third, an amendment to section C1537, which states that habitable buildings are not permitted in the floodplain. However, conservation uses such as trails or boardwalks may be permitted. The application seeks to amend this provision to permit recreation and resort-related uses such as sport courts and resort commercial accommodation units within the floodplain. Fourth, an amendment to section C1545, which requires that all development, excluding shoreline structures, open decks, minor accessory structures, and recreational and other amenities to be set back a minimum of 20 meters or 65.6 feet. The application seeks to permit resort commercial accommodation uses that are 2 stories or less to be located within the 20-meter required shoreline setback. Lastly, the application was amended following circulation of the applications, the original circulation of the applications, to include an amendment to section C1544 of OPA 56, which permits flexibility to the required 50-foot vegetative buffer required through section C1543 for recreational and other amenities, including the proposed wellness center, and does not apply to any form of commercial or residential accommodation. The amended application seeks to amend that provision to permit flexibility in the required vegetative buffer for commercial and residential accommodation. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of the submitted zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the subject lands from community commercial resort holding C1CA-H, environmental protection EP1, community commercial-marina holding C2-H, community commercial-marina flood fringe C2-F, community commercial-marina flood fringe holding C2-FH, community residential-waterfront R4, to C1CA-XX and EP1-XX. The purpose of ZBA 2223 is also to request 9 exemptions from the Township's Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2014-14. These exemptions relate to permitted uses within the proposed C1CA-XX zone, minimum interior side yard setbacks, minimum rear yard setbacks, maximum gross floor area, maximum height for buildings measured from established grade, minimum number of parking spaces, minimum number of loading spaces, uses permitted within the proposed EP1-XX zone, and that no holding provision shall apply to the lands. For full details on these proposed exemptions, please see the staff report.
A summary of the technical studies submitted in support of the application has been included in the staff reports in the agenda package. Since the township's previous public meeting, several supplemental reports have been provided, including additional peer review comments on the EIS and phosphorus analysis, a wetland compensation plan, the final version of the surface water impact assessment, an updated floodplain delineation memo, a master development agreement implementation plan, and architectural design guidelines. In addition, comments from the peer reviewer have been received respecting the functional servicing report, stormwater management plan, environmental site assessment, and surface water impact assessment. Staff's review of these documents remains ongoing, and supplemental information has been requested with respect to the above noted supplemental reports, including details to better understand how the proposed recommendations contained within the wetland compensation study will protect the integrity of the high-functioning wetland or result in a net benefit. Following this public meeting, staff will Sorry, I'm stealing Emily's one.
Next slide, please. Following this public meeting, staff will continue to work with the applicant to resolve any outstanding peer review comments, as well as public or internal comments and questions, prior to bringing the applications back before committee with a recommendation for consideration. Staff have no further comments at this time, but we're happy to answer any questions from the committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bustard.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Paula Bustard, with Cleveland's House, and I'm very happy to be here, Mr. Chair. And
I think you have the microphone. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
All right.
Thank you very much for having us here this morning. My name is Paula Bustard with Cleveland's House, and we appreciate your time and consideration of this matter. This presentation is almost identical to the one that we gave at this statutory town meeting in November, so I'm going to truncate it a little bit. But obviously myself and our team is here to answer any questions that yourselves or the member of the public might have. And thank you to Emily and Curtis for their presentation. And it's been great working with staff as we work through the kind of remaining technical issues on site. Next slide, please. Just to remind everyone to situate, obviously the property we're talking about is the Cleveland's House and the associated lands around it. Next slide, please. This site has been developed since the late 1800s in various forms. There's been developments of various cabins and resort uses along the waterfront. The wetland in question, which we're going to speak to, abutted an old golf course, the 9-hole golf course that used to be part of Cleveland's House, which you see in the center of the plan there. The marina has been developed. Obviously, when we started this process, we looked at revitalizing and obviously bringing Cleveland's House back to life from its state that it's in now. And we've worked hand in hand with the town and with the community and with the district on the creation of OPA 56. We're here today because through the development of the plan and through the technical reviews, it was determined that there were some additional amendments required from an OPA, both from the town and the district, which Emily and Curtis have specified, and I'll give you a little bit more context. Next slide. These are just some obviously visuals of what's existing on site now. The cabins, obviously the pier, the docking, everything, it's in quite a dilapidated state right now. So we're eager to kind of get going and cleaning up the site and bringing it back to obviously the jewel that it's always been in Muskoka. Next slide. These are the marina facilities. Next slide. And these are all of our consultants. So we have a very broad team that we've been working with. This application, our site-specific rezoning and site plan application was made in summer of 2023. The team we've put together are top-notch technical consultants on all disciplines, being led by Neil McLaughlin Architects, who are based out of London, England, and are just spectacular architects in dealing with craftsmanship and really creating memorable and meaningful designs. And then we have a very strong technical team. Azimuth, who has dealt with us predominantly as our environmental consultants, are here today if there's any questions. And we do have our civil engineers, WSP, online if there's any questions for them. Next slide, please. So this is the overall concept plan. So one of the questions is, what is phase one? What is the overall design? The concept plan for the entirety of the site includes some future phases, hillside cabins, and some other uses that would be on the other side of Judd Haven. At this point right now, the application is only on phase one, which is, as Emily specified, the village, the tennis facilities, and the 48 cabins. Next slide. So that is phase one. One thing that was also pointed out by staff is the wastewater facility, which is being designed at the same time here, is located just off of Peninsula Road and is not technically part of phase one. So one of the things we're working through staff is how that gets identified as part of the phase one lands. Next slide. And this is just an aerial view showing the various components. As was mentioned, and I will be brief, but happy to answer questions. Thematically, the way we approach this is really creating a meaningful place that is going to have attributes for the traveling public and for the existing community that lives here and cottagers in the area. So the village really is a dynamic component, which obviously will have the marina, which will really welcome the traveling public from the lake and the community. It'll have various shops and restaurants and the wellness center, yoga, a lot of components that are already there today, but putting them in a more formal form. That will then connect into the tennis and the racket facility. So there'll be a lot of outdoor courts, the tennis pavilion, really creating an amenity space again, being used both by the traveling public who will visit the resort and by the community that is there now. And although it's hard to see on this plan, I think one of the important components of the village is there's a lot of gathering spaces, amphitheaters and plazas where you can activate and animate and have community events. And we really see the community being a big part of this village. And then on the left side of the plan here, you see the 48 cabins, and they are all meticulously designed with Neil's teams in terms of craftsmanship, architecture. We've really meticulously placed it in terms of tree preservation and placing them so we can maximize tree preservation on the site. And although it's hard to see on this plan, we've really maximized spacing. So there's a lot of privacy, there's a lot of distance between those cabins. And one of the things that we heard throughout the many years we've been working with the various organizations and the community is view from the canoe, which I have to admit, before I worked on this project, I didn't know what that meant. And learning what view from the canoe was and really preserving, obviously, that view from the lake and the skyline. So these cabins are really meticulously tucked into the landscape so they really blend in. The few moments where you have a little bit more kind of dramatic architecture is a couple key height moments in the village, but still very respectfully designed. And the overall materiality is stone and wood and natural materials. Next slide. Again, this is just a massing model. We can skip past this one. Next slide. This is the overall stats. Just in the phase one is roughly 199,000 square feet in total. That's all components. There's 48 cabins, but the unit equivalency is 54 units because the OPA was very specific that anything above 850 gets classified as well, one unit is classified as 850 square feet. So the unit equivalency that we're doing is 54 units. Next slide. And then this is just overall phase one density. If you can click the next one, please. I just want to remind everyone, as part of OPA 56, our phase one lands touch on 3 different zones, which is VC, which is a village, and then RC1 and RC2. And in that total area, our as of right permitted density as per the OPA that was approved is 750,000 square feet and 882 units. Next slide. And what we're proposing in phase one right now is 48 units, the equivalent of which is 54 and 199,000 square feet. Next slide. So to put in perspective, we're proposing 6% of the permitted units and 26% of the permitted density on 56 or 46% of the land. So I think one of our takeaways we want to convey to everyone is a full commitment to a very light touch, and obviously focusing on quality and making sure that this is a light touch, low density development. Next slide. And then when you look at our overall land holdings in the context of OPA 56, which I appreciate there's no application on any of those lands right now, but what's being proposed drops it to 2.7% of the permitted units and 11% of the permitted GFA, obviously on 7% of the land. So we do have, obviously, there is an anticipation that potentially more phases in the future, but that earlier concept plan that I showed you is indicative of what we're proposing. And anything beyond phase one will be subject to a site-specific rezoning and a new planning process and obviously new approvals. There's no as-of-right permissions from a zoning perspective that would come on those lands as part of this process. Next slide, please. And then just really to wrap this up, the environmental impact study is probably the biggest reason we're here today. As I said at the start of our presentation, it necessitated through the review and through the peer reviews, an OPA for both the district and the town to deal with the wetland cabins and our proposal to modify the environmental wetlands, which I appreciate on paper sounds drastic, but I just want to give you a little bit more context of why we think that this is a critical component and it's absolutely essential to the viability of this resort. These are all the environmental studies that have been completed to date, including the newest one, which is a wetland restoration and net benefit plan that was submitted in February. Next slide. Just giving you some visuals. The wetland as it is now, as I said, Cleveland's house dates back to the late 1800s. It has a long history, and I know it's been a very important part of Muskoka. The wetlands have been there that entire time in different form and functions. It connected to the golf course. It's been manipulated. It's been modified. There's existing structures now that are kind of beloved, including a floating yoga studio. So these are not wetlands that have never been touched or never been modified, but nonetheless, it's an environmental area and has to be respected, and we have to have a very strategic approach to it. Next slide. Right now, as you can see, it's defined by a very, very dense thicket. And as someone who's walked this site many, many times, I can tell you, it's almost, as you walk it, it's almost impossible to understand where the boundary is. If you try to walk down to the wetlands, you're going through dense thicket and you don't know where the water starts. It's very unsafe. It's very challenging. There's no view corridor. So the idea of building this community, of building cabins that families will rent and having children run around, we're very concerned about the aesthetics, but also the safety of having something like this in the heart and soul of the connection between the village, the tennis, and the cabins. So our proposal is to modify the wetlands. And I just want to be very clear, we are not proposing to remove the wetlands. Absolutely, when you go through, there's calculations of disruption, and that will be defined as removal. But we are proposing on the whole to modify the wetlands from a dense thicket to an open marsh and still respect it as an environmental area that can be enjoyed by the public. Next slide, please. So this is a rendering of what we are proposing, really remove the thicket and then create opportunities for different aquatic life and health in the wetland as an open marsh as opposed to a dense thicket. And then the component is proposing 6 waterfront cabins, which are kind of nestled in the natural frontages within the wetlands. And then there's bridge connections I would bring through. We think this is critical in terms of creating the heart and soul of the development, creating safety, creating view corridors, and also creating a wetland that can be enjoyed and actually could be an educational experience for people coming to Muskoka. Next slide, please. And this is a view from the village looking across at those wetland cabins. Next slide, please. And those in orange are the 6 wetland cabins that we're proposing. So that's why, as Emily specified, there's various changes that we're proposing through the OPA to allow for the development, both the modification to the wetlands and also for the inclusion of these 6 cabins. Next slide. There's one big change that we made to the site plan through this process. Originally on the left, we had what was referred to as a reflection pond. We're creating a really large kind of water feature that connected the tennis to the village. Through a lot of discussion with town staff, it was determined that probably wasn't the best idea. And I think one of the most meaningful changes that we made is we removed the reflection pond and we're preserving a lot more trees and creating a bit of a wood lot and creating more of a wood lot connection between the village and the tennis. I think it's a fantastic change that came out of collaboration with staff and a lot of their feedback. Next slide, please. And so that's the old kind of vision, which was probably a little bit more urban, going from the village to the tennis. And if you go to the next slide, this is the modification now, which is tree preservation, wood lot, and having much more of a natural connection between the two. Next slide. And this is one very new piece of information. So in February, the recommendations from November required us to do a restoration plan for the wetlands and a net benefit report. That has been submitted. It is with staff for review only in the last couple of weeks. But basically, this is showing the modifications, what that actually means. So if you look at this plan, the cabins are kind of nestled in. The blue is all natural buffers, plantings, aquatic and ground coverings that'll all be natural species that'll be planted to create these natural buffers within the wetlands. The same things with the orange. It's almost natural plantings and kind of creating these boundaries. We have obviously turtle nesting, we have bat boxes, we have logs in there that allow for different aquatic life and health. And then we've also created this island feature for more planting and for more kind of vegetation. So there's a lot of technical components to this, and our team is here if you have any specific questions. And then you have the open channel, which is the open waterway on the north, and a lot of opportunities for different species to obviously thrive in this environment. So this is the more detailed component of how we're changing it from a thicket to the open marsh. The next slide. And then outside of the actual wetlands, we have the lagoons, and then we have on the north side of the Marina Road, we have another wetland component, and then we have some plantings that we're doing. So there's other plantings and naturalizations that we're doing as part of the overall restoration and compensation. And then further discussions about any other kind of compensation to the town are under discussion right now. But that is a general plan in terms of the restoration. Next slide. And I will wrap this up. I meant to be quick and I apologize. This is just context plan showing where those additional measures are being completed. Next slide. Next slide, please. And then just some visuals to wrap this up. The cabins, if you go through the next slide, this is some of the visuals of the cabins. Again, as I indicated, designed by Neil McLaughlin. We actually built a test cabin so that we could look at the testing of the material, looking at the craftsmanship, looking at the space allocations, and built it in a warehouse. And we have a lot of photos of that, and we've taken it down, but we've been doing kind of test models. But you can see the architecture if you go to the next slide. Again, very meticulous design to make sure they're positioned for privacy and for interest on the site. We don't want to create a monolith of just kind of buildings on the site and clear cut it. So these are some of the architectural types that you'll see, obviously from the village and different topographies of the different types of cabins that go from 1 to 3 bedrooms. Next, please. Obviously, I think I've said it many times now, but natural materials and wood are kind of the cornerstone of what we're proposing. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, and sorry, that last one, you don't have to go back. The cabins along the water, the wetlands are all stilted outside of the flood, lifting it up above the floodplain line. So those are stilted and will be very sensitively designed to make sure that they're not disturbing any of the ecosystem. Next slide. And the next section is a tennis and the pavilion. Next slide, please. We see racket sports as being a big part. There's a long history at Cleveland's House of Racket Sports. We want to bring it back to life. We want this to be a gathering place for the community. And we are doing a lot of courts as well as a central pavilion that can host events. Next slide. And then the wellness center, village, and then the indoor courts are the other main component. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned here, it's a lot of different components, including amphitheaters, including gathering spaces, including retail, including offices. You know, when I say offices, there's no reason you can't have doctors and dentists and services here that the community can use. So we really see this as being a very synergetic place that's going to bring together everything for the community and for the traveling public. And obviously bringing the marina back in place and having the marina and boat storage and docking facilities is important, but we are 100% respecting the docking caps that are specified in the OPA. We're not proposing to deviate from that at all. Next slide. This is just the second floor. Next slide. And this is the character of the village. There's a very hard cap of 16-meter height limit in the OPA. We're respecting that with the exception of 3 tower features. The OPA does allow for some increases beyond 16 meters for certain features. And we have basically 2 tower features and the steeple of the church, which we're preserving. And everyone who knows the site right now, you know the church that's on site that used to be Abby's Bakery. We are preserving that and adding the steeple to it. Next slide. And this is the view from the boat and really trying to create low profiles with the exception of a couple points of interest, but really trying to be respectful of bearing everything as much as possible below the tree line. Next slide, or next slide, please. And that's that height plan. So just showing that 16 meters and where it deviates. The next slide shows the 2, and that's the 1 tower feature. So these are very, very small features. One of the things that we're working with is a lighting plan to make sure that we're respecting dark skies and making sure that the timing for any lighting there is dim to ensure that it's not detrimental to any neighboring properties. Next slide. The servicing infrastructure plan we spoke about, but we are doing the wastewater facility. We are hosting a public information consultation in April for the wastewater facility. The date is being finalized, but that's fully circulated to the community and will be posted on websites so everyone is aware of that. But at this point, I think it's mid to late April, we're going to be having a working session with the community on the wastewater facility. Next slide. And just absolutely last, and this is the last slide, at our last meeting, there were some questions about cut fill. So earlier versions of the report did have a lot of cut in the wetland area, which we went back and modified subsequently in the last few months. So what you can see here is everything in yellow is, there's basically no cut or fill. So the majority of the lands around the wetlands are being left and we are stilting them. There is some moderate filling happening in the green, and that's because those are extremely low areas along the village and some modifications needed to make some of the site function properly. But it's a very, very light touch. And I think there was a little bit of misconception before that there was substantial cutting happening and filling happening on the site, which is not the case. So with that, I thank you for your time and your indulgence, because I know I went longer than I expected, but we are here to answer any questions, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Buster. Right, committee, we're now going to see, allow the public to come and ask questions, or and we will start with anybody in the room, and then we'll see if they have anybody online. So if there anybody in the room would like to come up and ask some questions. I can't see who that is, but, oh, Ms. Bridgman? Yes. Yep.
Comments are okay.
Yeah.
She's just asking.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Ms. Bridgman, both comments and questions
Thank you.
are allowed from the public.
Chair Bosenworth and Chair Lehman, nice to see you here too, and committee. I am speaking today as, my address is 1080 Cedar Rail Drive. I am just down the shoreline from Cleveland's house. And I come to you today with what I think of as Manette comments, because that is my community. So my name is Barb Bridgman. My family has owned that property for over 60 years now. So obviously we've seen a lot of changes in this. And for the benefit of my district colleagues, I previously served as a township councillor, held the position that Chair Bosenworth holds now. And the official plan amendment was actually approved as my last act as chair. So it's come a long way, and it's been a long time since then, actually. So I'm going to assume that the history is well known here. And I acknowledge that there are requirements for the environmental part of this, but I want to approach this for you from what I use often is a cost-benefit analysis or lens, an overriding lens. And in that context, I want to highlight the benefits of the current owner, Mr. Goldhar, and his team, Ms. Bustard, and her team, and what they have brought to Manette and to this property, particularly because of the comparison with the previous owners of this property. So Mr. Goldhar purchased this property in 2018 from a developer who proposed plans that generated significant community concern. At the time of purchase, he stated that his intent was to preserve the traditional Muskoka character valued by residents. Based on that commitment, I want to identify what I consider the 5 major keys or benefits from his ownership. And the first one is in January of 2020, Mr. Goldhar, through Paula and her team, agreed to establish a township working committee. And that had 3 members of committee, which was myself, the mayor, and a district councillor, 2 members of the public who had served on the district township joint Manette Policy Review Steering Committee, as well as representatives from the other Manette resorts, because there are 2 still under this. They were invited to participate. This collaboration, I thought, was incredible, and I don't believe it's ever been done, and Mr. Pink, you may correct me on that, but I don't believe that's ever been done in this township before, where a developer has been willing to work on that kind of an open basis with the council. So I think that's a huge benefit, and I hope it's a model for going forward, actually. Prior to the current ownership, which I'm sure you're all aware of, but I understand I'm also talking to those who are listening in, the density was approximately 4,000 units. Mr. Goldhar has voluntarily relinquished roughly half of the development rights associated with this property. That's an extraordinary concession in commercial development. As a more at home, if you're a property owner on the lake, for a residential one, if you bought your property and you knew you had 7,500 square feet to build, which is our current bylaws, and the township said, we really don't like the density, that's really high. And you said, okay, I'll give up 3,750 square feet of my building rights right now, so that if you ever go to sell that property, your property afterwards, you have reduced the value of your property to somebody who is buying it. So I think that's a huge concession again. And then number 3, and Ms. Buster did say they're communicating with the community. They've done a great job of that. We had a small public meeting in the Manette Community Center, probably 2 years ago, I think, where the concepts were brought out. And I simply want to highlight 2 very important commitments that Mr. Goldhar made. He came to that meeting and he spoke at it. The first one was to maintain the docking and boat storage for our islanders who relied on that going forward. That's a huge problem here, as you who are sitting around this table know. So he made that commitment that would be maintain going forward and also through the building stage.
Ms. Bridgman, we are approaching 5 minutes, so.
Thank you for letting me know. I've got two more quick points. Okay, so the current plans explicitly encourage public access, which has basically never happened before. So we are being invited to be part of this community. And I think that's a huge benefit too. And then the final point is the phase is 48 units. Again, I look at that as a massive benefit. And not only that, I'm ending. The Port Sandfield Bridge will not have to be dealt with at all because I'm sure it can contain that. So I hope everybody can work together to keep this going. And I thank you for your time. 5 minutes goes really fast, you know that?
It does. Thank you very much. Staff, do we have anybody in the waiting list online? I know. We're going to alternate between online and in the room. Are there any online? No. No. All right. So the next one is Forbes, I think it is.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth and Chair Lehman and the committee. I'm Cindy Forbes. I'm here representing the MLA, and my address is 1118-2 North Drive. Sorry. The Muskoka Lakes Association has been involved in this development since 2018. And we have looked at the material that was circulated last Friday and would like to provide today our initial comments on that information. Overall, we appreciate the phase 1 design and density, which reflects the current character of the property. We encourage the developer to look for ways to further reduce the impacts on the natural features and mature trees as development progresses. We're also supportive of the use of a rehabilitation and restoration plan to quantify the proposed habitat losses, enhancements, and site-specific environmental gains, with the intent of providing a finding of net benefit of the current application as outlined in the Township's Planning Committee minutes. However, the new wetlands compensation and net benefit, environmental benefit, and enhancement report, while clarifying many of the details surrounding the intent of the wetland conversion, would benefit from evaluating the types and extent of losses and demonstrating a net benefit based on measures proposed. It is difficult to follow in the report the values of the habitats lost and gained, especially within the wetland, with those being enhanced or replaced as compensation. This information would be helpful to demonstrate the net benefit of what is being proposed. While the in-cabin waters associated with the redesigned wetland are indicated to be flood mitigated, as we saw on stilts, we would prefer to see these structures move back onto solid ground. Related to the conversion of the wetland is the servicing of the site and specifically stormwater and wastewater treatment. The information available would benefit from some additional details given the runoff and effluent may be discharged to the wetlands, and if so, may influence the functioning of the wetlands and the net environmental benefit. We would also like to clarify the number of dock slips associated with the development. The MLA was part of the Minette Joint Policy Review Steering Committee, and the number of slips was discussed at length in that process. Although the OPA states 215 slips for the Minette Village, this, based on our involvement, was 120 existing slips for the Minette Village, and an additional 95 additional approved slips for Cleveland's House, JW Marriott, and Legacy. In other words, our understanding is that the slips available exclusively for Cleveland's House and the Wallace Bay Marina would have been less than 215 at that time. We support staff's recommendation for deferral, and we appreciate the developer's continued cooperation and engagement and look forward to receiving further information. We recognize and appreciate concessions made to date by the developer and remain optimistic that the township and district can work with Mr. Goldhar and his team to find a mutually agreeable path forward for this project that we expect will significantly benefit the community. Thank you for the opportunity to share some key thoughts on the proposed redevelopment plan.
Thank you very much. Staff, do we have anybody online? Could we bring them in? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Grogan Green, and my address is 1119 Campbell's Road, Unit 1.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. It's fantastic to think that so much work has gone into this. And it's exciting to think that at this point, the Township Council can greenlight a project that we've waited for almost a decade. And it is, of course, related to our beloved Cleveland's house. I say ours because we all share collective memories of Cleves. Some of us have stayed there, others worked there. Maybe we watch ski shows with our children. We refer to Cleveland's house as ours, but in fact, it isn't. It's Mitch Goldhart's, our longtime Muskoka neighbor, and quite frankly, the best friend that Muskoka has. We've come a long way from the Save Muskoka boat rally that garnered so much attention in 2018, when Peter Freed wanted to put banks of condos on the water. But protests only get us so far. It was actually Mitch who got hold of the property and stopped the development in its tracks. As Barb Bridgman said, he has bent over backwards since then to cooperate, giving up a huge amount of density that not a single person in this room or even in Muskoka would ever agree to do themselves. Phase 1 is only 48 cabins. These cabins are thoughtfully designed by, a world-renowned architect to blend into nature and protect views from the lakes. The village and the tennis will be top-notch and promote the health and well-being of the community. It will be an exciting place to go to and to play sports and gather with friends. He has agreed to hire and spend huge sums of money on consultancy fees, conducting multiple environmental impact studies, road traffic studies, boat traffic, water, wind, wave studies. He's mapped out the trees, which actually are somewhat lacking. He will plant more. And on top of it, he's agreed to pay for an expensive wastewater treatment plant. And now we're squabbling about a thicket swamp that, quite frankly, was probably at least partially created by excess wastewater, maybe even sewage from the original Cleveland's House Resort in its earliest days. The Wallace family, the Minettes, the Cornells, owner of the Rosso Hotel, owners of the water ski show over the years, most recently SWS, before that, the mayor, my friend Kevin Cowan, they've got to be scratching their heads at the focus now on Mitch's plans and the controversy over a thicket swamp that, frankly, we have all collectively polluted for at least the last century. Look at what Cleves is right now and what surrounds the thicket swamp. The marina still operates. The docks are busier than ever. The marina building and the store is falling apart. The dilapidated yoga studio is suspended over the water. Nobody cared. It threatens to collapse into the small opening of the thicket swamp. People are in there playing music, lifting up dumbbells and cowbells and frankly, doing a lot of, let's say, noise pollution on that thicket swamp. And there's a boardwalk that exists now. Meanwhile, high up in the woods behind the resort are several holding ponds, which contain urine and wastewater that the former owners of Cleveland's house had to pump up the hill. I'm not sure now whether chemicals are being used to treat the water in the ponds or not, but I can say they are a sick-looking turquoise blue-green color. And I will therefore say that Mitch's decision to assume responsibility paying for a wastewater treatment system is probably the best compensation and environmental benefit to Minette ever, bar none. I took a look at the proposed wetland conservation compensation and net environmental benefit and enhancement report, and frankly, it's nothing short of exciting. Mitch is changing the thicket swamp's functionality from a dense, ugly, smelly, dangerous thicket, and I know because my niece fell in it once. We washed her clothes, and it smelled like sewage. It will become a bountiful open water marsh that will be both beautiful, restored, and its functionality more appropriate for a resort with young families. He's naturalizing areas around the ponds that are contiguous to the thicket swamp. He's creating greater opportunity for fish spawning, turtle nesting. He's putting in bat boxes, but more importantly, offering important opportunities for young families to learn about the environment. You know, I think about Brickworks Park and what it looked like 20 years ago when they raised up Burke Brook. And naturally, aquatic.
Ms. Grogan Green, you are coming up to your
Okay.
5 minutes.
Let me just say this then. Bottom line, I appreciate the work that has got to where we are. A lot of angels have danced on the head of this needlepoint, but the dancing needs to stop and the construction must start, because the delays on approving this file are very much putting this project at risk.
Thank you very much. Do we have any? Good morning. Come on up.
Good morning.
You can start
Chairman
with your
Lehman?
name and address.
Yes,
You have
I
5
will.
minutes.
Yeah, my name's Alex Brooks. My address is 1002-3 Cedar Rail Drive. And I am the managing partner for Cedar Rail Resort. We're located approximately a kilometer south on the southwest shore from Cleveland's House. And my 3 predecessors here who have just spoken I have a deep appreciation for everything that they have commented on. I don't see the need for me to make any further comments other than deliver this one message. And that is that we at Cedar Rail Resort, so I speak on behalf of the owners group, are in full 100% support of the applicants. We have a good understanding, maybe not quite as in depth as staff and so on, but we do have an understanding of what the development means and what they want to achieve. And so I'm just urging staff and committee, council, like my predecessors have pretty much said as well, to break down the walls, push this forward. Let's do everything we can. I know there's environmental concerns, there's this and that, but I'm just asking, and I know that has been said before to this committee, I believe at the November meeting where somebody made that comment. So I'm just more or less reinforcing it and asking that we do everything we can to promote and get the development off the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Does somebody want to use up the rest of my time?
We will auction it off. If there's anybody online who would like to speak, if you could use the raise your hand button so that we can figure out, so that we know if you'd like to speak or not. And if not, do we have anybody? At the moment, we don't have anyone. Is there anybody else in the council chambers that would like to speak? One more chance. Mr. Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. For the record, Frank Jaglowitz, 14 Indian Crescent, Port Carling. I'm actually here. I'm not going to repeat what the other people have said because I support all of it. But because this is a district meeting, we had the township meeting last November, and I think there was a lot of support there. I'd like to address the district aspect of it. And I certainly acknowledge the chair, Jeff Lehman, being here, and I thank him for that. And I also noticed with interest that he watched when Paula presented it, he watched with interest. I thought it may have been the first time he's seen it, so I hope not. But the other thing that I know, now, for those of you who know me, I was a district councillor and a township councillor from 2018 to 22, and I left for some health and other reasons, but you might see me again, so be careful. But But what I noticed was Curtis's report came to District Community and Planning Committee on February the 19th. It was on the agenda, asked if comments, there were none. So I assume the district is in full support of this application. And there was no reaction to that. So I guess I may be wrong. But basically what I'd like to say is just reiterate what the other people have said, that Mitch is a good developer. He's proposed a good project. It violates some things, and I understand that. And speaking with Curtis, he has a concern. But you know what? You got to weigh the good with the bad. And I think this should move forward expeditiously. And the question I'd like to leave with both the township and the district is, when specifically will each of you bring forward the recommendation so it can be considered by both councils and move forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Janas. Do we have, are there any other members of the public in the room or online who would like to speak? Seeing none. If you could just give us a moment, we will check on the questions that have been asked by the public, and we will sort out getting them answered. So this gives us 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll be back. All right, committee and public. We could have quiet in the room, please. Thank you. All right, well, it's a very short list. The first question, I'm not sure which order they came in, but there was a request for clarification on the number of dock slips. Ms. Crowder, could you answer that for us or comment?
Thank you, through you, Chair Bosenworth. So there was a couple comments about docks and how OPA 56 stipulates the number of docks slips that are permitted. And I just want to clarify that OPA 56 does not include a number of dock slips that are permitted for this development. The number or the length of dock slips permitted is actually through a site-specific zoning bylaw that is associated with the property. And that would be what regulates dock slips going forward. What I would say is OPA 56 in its original drafts did include a number of dock slips, which was, I believe, the 215. However, through the process of OPA 56 being finalized, that number was removed. So right now there is some verbiage about docks and the vision for docks in Minette, but that number is not solidified through OPA 56. And the applicant has indicated that they are not proposing anything outside of what the current applicable zoning bylaws permit for dock slips. So that part, there hasn't been an exemption requested through these applications.
And Ms. Crowder, can you comment on the 2 other major properties in the area?
Through you, Chair. There is a site-specific approval on the Legacy development, which is to the south of the lands. So there is a specified configuration of docks that are permitted there. As far as the Marriott, I believe it's the same. I don't have the exact bylaws in front of me, but there is site-specific approvals on both of those properties when it relates to docks.
Thank you very much. So the second question, I think, is also for you, and that is when will the recommendations be coming back to the township and the district?
Through you, Chair. It's a little difficult for staff right now to say exactly when. What I can say is that we have provided the applicant with a comprehensive list of matters that are outstanding before staff could make a recommendation on the applications. So right now, based on the policies of OPA 56, we don't have all of the information we would need to form a bylaw for this development to be processed. There are some outstanding items that we've detailed for the developer, which I'd be happy to get into at your request, but there's also some larger items too. So for example, the environmental assessment for the wastewater treatment plant is not yet complete. Staff haven't seen that approval to date. So that would be an item as well. Further environmental compliance approval regarding the environmental assessment. There is the possibility of that being included and addressed as part of a holding provision, but that would be something that, you know, the staff and the applicant would need to discuss and come to agreement on whether that would be appropriate. Staff, and I'm saying township and district staff with the applicant. The community information session on the wastewater treatment plant, which as I understand through Ms. Bustard is being scheduled for April. So that's good. That's an item that OPA 56 requires. Yeah, so, and then also, you know, like I said, there are some items to formulate the bylaw, but I would say one of the big ones is the applications seek relief from front yard setbacks, but we don't have a value proposed. We haven't received any numerical value for how close they want the buildings to the high water mark. And all of those details would need to be included in a bylaw to put before committee. So these items have been communicated to the applicant, and I know that they're working on addressing them. But until that's done, I can't really give you a date on when we would bring this forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee, it's your time for questions. I will remind everybody that this is a question period. Opinions and debate is not part of our meeting today. So I think the first one up was Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Mazin.
Sure. Good, thank you, and good morning, and excellent dialogue. I guess I would have a question to Ms. Bustard based on what Emily just said. I mean, I think on one's mind is sort of what is the when? I mean, we're sitting here looking at the reco from staff is to defer this, you know, yet again, and it refers to November the 25th when we last got together and talked about this. I'm wondering, like so many people I'm being asked by, can Paula, not to put you on the spot, not to negotiate in public, but can you give us some comfort zone that the concerns that are stated by Emily and the township, therefore the district, must have a window for you to climb up and over, and then we can get going with this? To your words. Thank you.
Ms. Bustard.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Councillor. No, we are very eager to start, and timing is absolutely critical for us. So we are very much pushing to try to get a recommendation report for the summers so that pre-works can start this year. We think that's absolutely critical to the viability of this project. We did have a very fruitful kind of technical meeting with staff here in this room last week, and staff are identifying any missing items that they need, and we're going to be responding expeditiously in the next week. So we're hoping everything will be back with the town, and we'll give staff the ability to write a recommendation report. So that is our hope, and we are on standby if there's any outstanding things that anyone needs. But we had a meeting last week. There's a few comments still coming forward, and we are responding to them in real time. But yeah, this application dates back to 2023, so we're very eager to wrap this one up. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, just seeking clarification on the wastewater site, because this would seem to be one of the single biggest improvements to the area based upon my limited knowledge about this technology, but understanding that, how significant this is. And I do believe I heard the applicant mention that it was not initially in phase one, but that they are planning to link it now with phase one. And I was looking for clarification.
Yeah, apologies. I was not very clear when I made that comment. It was always anticipated. Oh, sorry, I apologize. It was always anticipated to be built as part of phase one. That's absolutely unquestionable. When I was saying phase one, the boundary line of the physical outline of phase one, we were deeming it as like an offsite, that it was being built off the Peninsula Road. Staff has asked that we modify our phasing plan to actually outline it and include it in the physical boundary of phase one, but it was always being built.
Okay.
So I apologize. I was using kind of my planning terms, but no, sorry for the confusion. Absolutely, it is being built as part of phase one. The one clarification is there's still some provincial sign-offs that needed. And what we're respectfully asking staff is that we really need to wrap up the zoning before obviously the detailed design happens of the facility. So we want to condition the zoning so that obviously all the provincial approvals have to be in place and that has to be built. But we want the zoning to be completed at this stage. So that's the nuanced stuff that we're working through with the team.
Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion.
No, that's okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Severett, do you have some further comments on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. No, Paul answered the question very well. I just wanted to clarify that the sort of approval of the wastewater treatment plant, sort of concurrent with these municipal applications, were always intended to take place at the same time. And staff requested that it be included in the phase one lands, obviously, because the some of the works that'll be done, the linear infrastructure that'll be constructed to service these lots will be part of the, it would be done in concurrent with the phase one development. So it just makes sense to deal with it in the municipal agreement, master development agreement that is required. So that was the nature of the change. And then in terms of the approval of the actual wastewater treatment plant itself, I just wanted to clarify that the province is the regulatory authority. So they're doing that work with the province, and the district is a commenting agency. The district has been involved with Paula and her team on providing comments on that EA process, and that's ongoing. And they've indicated they have a public information center meeting coming up. And we will continue to work with them to advance that. And actually, as part of that meeting last Thursday, we had actually discussed some of the finer points of, the approval and how we can help them achieve their goals to get started should committee approve the application. So.
Thank you. Committee, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to Curtis, I believe. Just about the sewer, the plant. Is there any concern or outstanding issues about others joining with that plant? We had always talked about the other resorts and things, but I just wondered if we could have a little discussion about that.
Of course.
Mr. Severett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. The official plan amendments that have been referenced that were previously approved, OPA 49 and OPA 56, sort of anticipated that these municipal treatment plants would accommodate the entirety of Manette, including those other resorts. And it sort of anticipated that those parties would have a discussion about the timing of who connects when, and to what level those plants get built. So I think it's probably helpful to think about it in this way. So the province, again, is the approved regulatory authority, so they dictate how the plant has to be built. But I think we're looking at a design that and it's premature really to talk about design until the province sort of lays out the ground rules for what the plants have to be. But just conceptually, I think what we want is a plant that can be built and then expanded upon relatively cheaply to accommodate additional development as it comes online. So Paula and her team have initiated discussions with the adjacent resort owners to determine, what their thoughts were in terms of connecting. We're also investigating, we're also talking to the province. I think there was an order for the Marriott to connect as soon as municipal services were available from the province. And obviously the district has a mandatory connection bylaw where services are adjacent to the property. The mandatory connection bylaw isn't that helpful. I mean, it is helpful in that it requires people to connect, but what it doesn't cover is the cost sharing component for the infrastructure and the plant. So that's why it's really important that we have these discussions. And I think at that meeting last Thursday that we referenced, municipal staff and district staff through Paula have asked to participate in a meeting with the province to determine sort of what levers and mechanisms we have to to move this forward and find a cost sharing agreement that that would get everyone connected as soon as possible.
Ms. Bustard, would you have any comments on that question?
Happy to. Yeah, we are fully committed to designing and building the facility for everyone to connect into. The only thing that we have, as Curtis indicated, is that we can't force, obviously, a neighboring property to participate in the cost sharing. So the sizing of it is determined of who's participating and who's going to connect in. So we've just asked for some help in terms of the motivation for that. But we have shared the information with our neighboring properties and continue to have conversations. And it is our anticipation that we will size and build it to facilitate the entire Minette area.
Thank you. Committee, do we have any other questions? Chair Lehman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a process question and a policy question. The process question relates to Councillor Nishikawa's, which I think is a very good one. The one could anticipate in hearing Mr. Sivert and Ms. Bustard's responses that there might be some time required to get the wastewater plant cost sharing details and indeed an environmental assessment process completed. And I believe I heard Ms. Crowder refer to the potential for an H zoning, a holding zone to permit a planning approval for the development, presumably while the wastewater plant issues continue to be negotiated, such as a cost sharing agreement. That's the kind of agreement that can take some time when you're talking about sums of money and partners that need to come to agreement. So that was actually a question, I believe, to either Mr. Sivert or Ms. Crowder, that is the staff's anticipation right now that this application could be brought forward to respective committees while remaining components of the wastewater agreements and so forth are worked out.
Ms. Crowder, I think you were the one speaking about that earlier.
Through you, Chair. I can speak to it a bit, and then I'll defer to Mr. Sivert, as the district is more so the authority over the treatment plant. But there are several components to this process. There's the environmental assessment, which, as Mr. Sivert pointed out, is a provincial approval. Then there's the environmental compliance, the environmental assessment compliance, environmental compliance approval. And as I understand those two things, the first is a higher level approval. The second is a more detailed design approval. And my takeaway from these meetings, please correct me if I'm misunderstanding, is that the environmental assessment should be completed prior to any zoning decision, but that there's potential for the ECA component, the more detailed design component, to be addressed through a holding provision. But I'll defer to Mr. Sivert.
Mr. Sivert.
Thank you, Ms. Crowder, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think from my perspective, I think these are two related issues and obviously very important issues that have to go concurrently, but there is a possibility to use a holding provision to allow these works to proceed in advance of the EA being complete and the detailed design work being complete. I think of this as it can get complicated when you try to think of it all together. Ultimately, we have a development that is required to connect to municipal water and sewer. We can condition it to require that to happen and that the necessary agreements be in place prior to the development proceeding. And I think that's the important bit. Is I know I think Paula's team and municipal staff have been discussing what that could look like, because it's not just in terms of the administrative work that goes into the back end to get these agreements in place and the benchmarks we have to achieve to get to that point. I think there still needs to be some discussion there, but I think generally we would be supportive of the use of a holding provision prior to the EA and the detailed design work on the municipal plants proceeding. And exactly what that looks like, I think those discussions could be ongoing. I think, we need to have some discussions with the owner and Paula about, the implications of the wording of the holding provision that district would look to impose, and sort of, so we all clearly understand the process that would have to play out afterwards. But I think there's definitely an opportunity to do that. So.
Good. Chair Lehman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that answer. And it may be one of the approaches that we can take to move forward with the planning file while a potentially more complicated piece of infrastructure agreements are resolved. The policy question I had, I'll ask of my own planner, Mr. Sivert. I think the fundamental basis for this application is, as you said, compensatory environmental action. This is a site with a 100+ year history of human use and changes, positive and negative, that occurred to the natural environment over those years. But planning policy is not always that flexible a tool or a framework in which to say the development is proposing to do this, to have positive environmental benefits while requesting an exemption from other environmental protections that exist in policy. So my question is, in the Muskoka official plan and in the Muskoka Lakes official plan, are we able to work within a policy framework that says this development's going to have positive environmental impacts that compensate for the fact that they're asking to do something that would normally cause us concern?
Mr. Sivert.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair. The district official plan policy respecting wetlands is quite rigid in terms of development in wetlands, and it is generally prohibitive of development in wetlands, but the applicant has applied specifically for an OPA to seek relief from those provisions. There's been changes to provincial legislation respecting development in wetlands and to what extent that can happen, and with when that happens, how compensation is to be provided. So I think because it's a component of the official plan amendment, it allows us to consider compensatory measures. I really struggle with that word. I apologize. Compensatory measures and net benefit. And I think that's from our meeting last Thursday, I think that was the component that we had asked Paula and her team to provide additional comment on, was that we have an EIS that talks about the sensitivity of these natural features. We have sort of an understanding of how the changes could harm those natural features. And then we have this supplemental compensatory plan that details how the wetland transformation will take place. But I think what's missing is sort of a qualitative and quantitative analysis of exactly what that means. So because it's not just, when you think of compensation in a regular format, it's we're taking out this area of wetland and we're going to replace it with this area of wetland. And that's not really what's happening. They're proposing to transition the wetland, but we just need to better understand what that means so we can provide committee with a recommendation with respect to policy. So I know Paul and her team have committed to doing that work, and we're presently waiting for that. So as soon as we get that, I think we'll have a better understanding of how it generally fits with existing district policy, and be able to provide committee with a recommendation.
Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. And that actually sparked a second thought in my for clarity. I appreciated the way you just framed that the OPA amendment opens the door for contemplation on the wetland. Does that include the overall footprint on a total property, the cumulative impact? And I think we all know that we've gone from 4,000 to 2,000. We've heard for years now the idea and the plans are all intended to celebrate our natural environment, create a low footprint. So whilst we're very focused on this wetland, and I understand that, is there consideration now or an ability for us now to be looking at the total project as a whole?
Mr. Sivert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. I think, watching committee's last meeting, and with committee's the resolution that committee passed, sort of requesting this compensation plan and with an end goal of getting a net benefit overall. So I think it does seem the discussion seems very focused on the wetland, but I think ultimately what we want is to determine the impact on the wetland, but overall if there's a net benefit in terms of the environment on the site. And I think the policies are again pretty rigid. Like what they require is that essentially no harm be done. And it can be challenging to review that if you take it on specific, like if there's a specific feature, fish habitat, turtle habitat, I think what we're trying to do is take a step back and look at, in relation to the compensation plan, how will these changes overall benefit or harm the environment, so we can provide a recommendation to council. So I think we're trying to do that, just look at it and determine if there's a net benefit or to what extent the environment would be harmed, so we can provide committee with a clear recommendation, and then committee can make an informed decision. And I think just the last thing I would say about it is that again, the policies can be very rigid, and I think generally, that could be a role of committee to sort of factor in some of these other elements and in making their decision. So,
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I think, thank you even again for that last comment, because I think this is where, as a councillor, sometimes we get stuck, right? There's planning principles that need to be followed by our planning professionals. And I've heard you use now the word rigid a number of times. And I'm trying to listen to all the inputs here and go back again to just the overall project, the cumulative impact and net benefit possibility, just as long as we are doing our job and asking at the right moments. And I guess that's part of my question today is, through this OPA amendment process, I heard that this opens the door for us to, be less rigid. Is that a fair comment, or? Oh, I see both hands are up here.
Mr. Sever? And then Ms. Crowder.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think absolutely. I think staff's recommendation is always going to be bound by policy. The policy is approved by committee. And in that way, our goal here is to provide committee with a recommendation to say, this is what's proposed. This will be the work that will be done. If there's any amount of harm, we want to detail that to you, and just so committee can make an informed decision as to whether to approve it or not. I think that's the goal. So,
Ms. Crowder, if you'd like to comment as well.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Mr. Sivert's spoken to the policies from the Muskoka official plan standpoint. I just wanted to speak to the policies in the Manette OPA, which is OPA 56. And those policies are very black and white, that no development shall be permitted in a wetland. They've applied to amend that, which is fully within their rights to do through the official plan amendment process. And that does open it up to staff contemplating a decision contrary to those policies. But what I would say is that what cannot be applied for is an amendment to the provincial policies, which is the PPS. And the PPS does have some policy language in it speaking to development respective to natural heritage features and functions, and development within the within the floodplain. So those are components that staff will be looking at and making our recommendation based upon. And I do also just want to speak to the wetland compensation plan that's been proposed. We discussed it at our meeting on Thursday that we had with Ms. Bustard and her colleagues. And we're going to be providing some formal feedback as well through written comments. But I think what we've seen is more so enhancement and mitigation measures for the impacts that are proposed to be done to the wetland, not so much compensatory measures. from an environmental standpoint. So we've seen, you know, this is what's going to be done to the wetland. Here are some, you know, plantings and bat boxes and enhancement features that we can do to this feature. But as of yet, we haven't quite seen what's being proposed to compensate for the impacts to the wetland. So I think that's what we're looking for as staff at this point. And also, as Mr. Sivert said, an analysis of this is what's proposed to be done versus this is how the net environmental impact is going to be shown. So we're looking for those details in order to make recommendation as well.
Committee, do we have any other? Councillor Zavitz, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, and through you, certainly, and I'm not sure to who, perhaps to our township CAO. So here, Chair Lehman rightly so brought up this whole notion of policy, and we're looking at that here and now. I guess I would I hear the word province used an awful lot this morning, and of course, as we all know, Doug Ford has, through the province, has given some strong mayor powers. And again, I'm not advocating anything. I'm just simply saying, is there any tools in that toolbox that is more recent that perhaps could help with some of this policy? And again, that's maybe a general question to whomever. And again, I'm not advocating for it, but I'm simply saying, I mean, his intention was to give our people here at this table some more tools. So as a councillor, I'm wondering of that, who could answer that?
Let me see.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I won't
Mr.
speak
Sivert.
to the strong mayor power specifically, but I think what I would say is that I think we're getting a sense from committee that they're very eager to get this before them to make a decision. And I think Paula and her team are hearing that loud and clear. And I think what I can say from staff's perspective, or at least from our perspective, but I think for all staff's perspective, is that we will endeavor to get it before committee as soon as possible. And ultimately, I mean, committee has the authority to approve an application, to approve the application in whatever form they so choose. So I think that hopefully answers your question, Councillor Zavitz, is that we don't want this to be a long drawn out process. We want to get it back before committee for consideration.
Councillor Nishikawa. And then Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. Through you, I think my question would be to, I'll let you choose. Thank you. I'm just wondering, is the municipality and the district, or are they together, is any part of this being peer reviewed? And I'm really trying to have a better understanding of the additional steps and the additional municipal costs that may be coming forward. But peer review is, I'm wondering if we are actually engaging in that in any form. I'm not saying we have to, I'm just wondering.
Ms. Crowder, I think you can answer that question.
Absolutely. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nishikawa. Yes, so there's a few peer review processes that have been ongoing. There is the engineering peer review process. So it includes the majority of the engineering documents, transportation impact assessment, stormwater management, civil engineering, all those components, and that the township staff have just received some recent comments on that peer review. So we'll be providing those to Ms. Bustard and her team shortly. So that process hasn't quite concluded. And the other is the environmental peer review. And we touched on this a bit in the staff report. The environmental peer review has gone back and forth twice. And the environmental consultants aren't quite satisfied to date with the conclusion or at the point that it's at right now. Committee requested this wetland compensation plan, and I do think it's important that it be reviewed by an environmental professional on the township's end. So that is something that staff are certainly contemplating. But that has not been initiated yet, as staff have conveyed to the applicant's agents that the state of the plan right now isn't where we would like to see it. So we would like them to have another look at it, provide us with the revised version before we have it looked at by our professional.
Councillor Nishikawa, follow up?
Thank you. It's just through, I'm kind of trying to have an understanding of who's driving what lane, like, and primarily, where the district sits. Like, I get what we ask for. I'm not sure what the district's asking for. And is there a combination, whatever that looks like? I always feel things are very separate, and I would hope it wouldn't be in this case, but that's what I'm trying to understand.
Mr. Sivert?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think district and township staff have been coordinating definitely to the extent possible. Obviously, we have overlapping concerns, but the district's concerns are generally broader, and our concerns don't necessarily specifically get into site design and some of those details that are left to municipalities to determine. So I think related in terms of the district OPA overall, though, I think district has an interest in the environmental policy, the flood policy, setbacks from the water, those types of things, and we've been coordinating with township staff on those issues, and we've committed to providing, as a follow-up to our meeting last week, to providing supplemental comments to Emily to include in her correspondence to Paula, which will sort of outline the remaining things. But I think ultimately our goal is to get to a point where in the context of the policy, we can just make a recommendation to committee, and whether or not that's supportive based on the provincial policy, which we are bound by, and municipal policy, just letting committee know ultimately, here's the proposal, here's the potential impacts, and then allowing committee to make an informed decision. So.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. The western shallow inlet where the marsh is there, there's going to be, I think you said 6 cabins, but 5 will have docks and one to sit back a little bit. Will there be any dredging there? Like how deep is the water there now, and how deep will it be when you get the docks in?
Ms. Bustard.
Thank you. There will be some dredging because it's extremely shallow right now. The one thing I should clarify is we were proposing some dredging to obviously have more water flow and more depth in there. One question that we had, which I never mentioned, is there's absolutely no boat traffic in here, motorized boat traffic, like there might be the odd canoe, but there's no intent here to allow the open channel to the lake to allow any motorization. In terms of the actual depths, I can get azimuth up if you want, but we have the details, but there is proposed some dredging in there. It's very, very shallow in some locations, like literally like not less than a foot in some locations there.
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Edwards. I do have actually the stats in front of me on that, if you'd like. So the western shallow inlet, based on Azimuth's environmental report, 93,624 square feet are proposed to be dredged, which would remove all vegetation from the impacted wetland area, is what Azimuth's report says. There's a direct loss to 0.4 hectares of low functioning wetland, 0.17 hectares of moderate functioning wetland, and the proposed development will permanently affect approximately 0.25 hectares of high functioning wetland and will result in a direct loss of habitat and function. So that's direct quotes from their environmental assessment.
Councillor Edwards.
Okay. And secondly, we're looking for the peer review. You're hoping it'll be in this month, you were saying?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Edwards, the peer review of that document has been received and has been included as part of the staff report. However, I don't believe that a response to that peer review is forthcoming from the proponent's consultant. What they're looking at doing now instead is this wetland compensation plan. And we have written to the proponent saying that in our opinion, this does not address the resolution that was passed by committee last month to demonstrate a net environmental benefit. So we've asked them to go back to the drawing board and revise the plan. Once we receive a revised plan, then we would like to have that document peer reviewed.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bustard, if you'd like to comment.
Thank you very much. I just think there's a bit more nuance to the wetland. I mean, those numbers are accurate, but it's also changing the functionality. You have to dredge it and remove the thicket and move the vegetation to create an open marsh. So I think one of the challenges that is going back and forth as it pertains to the net benefit and to the restoration plan is I think, as Curtis spoke to before, a lot of times you remove a wetland or a piece of it as part of a development, and there's a straight calculation of how much is being removed and what is the compensation, either through replacement or through a cash or some other equivalent method. And it's quantifiable and it's very easy to determine. In this case, we are modifying it. So you are right. On the first step, there's removing of habitat and dredging and all that, but then there's replacements and there's modifications that are going to allow for different aquatic health and a different environmental components. And I think the challenge, and we identified this last week with staff, that I think staff is having is it's not a clean calculation. You're removing X and you're replacing Y because you're not replacing what you're removing. You're replacing it with something different. So it's a little bit of an apples to oranges. So we do have to have further discussions of how we can come up with a calculation that is understandable and the compensation is acceptable. So we believe what we've submitted did do that, and we know that there has to be further discussions on compensation components that might be outside of the wetlands, other nuanced components of the development. So I will just wrap this up by saying we are having those discussions, but I think there's just some more nuanced aspects to it, and that's what's causing some complexities here, that it's a bit of a unique situation. But we are fully committed to working with staff and getting through that process expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards, one final question.
Yes, just to staff. I believe we have in place, if the sewage plant goes in, that the Legacy and also JW Marriott are required to connect to it. Is that not right?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. To Councillor Edwards, through OPA 56, there is policy speaking to the requirement of those proponents to connect to servicing prior to receiving any development approvals. There are some tools available to the province to enforce connection of certain proponents. And that's what Mr. Sivert was speaking to about us having a meeting with the ministry to better understand that process. And as I understand it, there is some mandatory connection bylaws that the district has available to their discretion. So I believe once a pipe is brought out in front of the property, I'm looking to Mr. Sivert to shake his head or nod, that they are required to connect.
That's where I thought we had something that would force them to connect.
Yeah, and that's a district bylaw. Yeah, thank you.
Committee, do we have any further questions? Going once, twice? No more questions. Good. So we will wrap up. Oh,
Yeah, there is
yeah, sorry, we have to have a resolution. This is a resolution. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be resolved that decisions on official plan amendment application OPA 64 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 22/23 be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to the planning committee on the applications. Any discussions on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right. I'd like to thank Chair Lehman, Councillor Pepard, and Mr. Sivert for coming to this meeting. Sir, your presence is most welcome. The District Community Services and Planning Committee and Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee will be considering all of the comments made prior to the making decisions of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw applications. Anyone wishing to receive a notice of decision on the proposed Muskoka official plan amendment should provide a written request, including their mailing address, to District Clerk Amy Back. Should you like more information about this proposal, preserving your appeal rights, or on how to receive notice of the decision on the proposed Muskoka official plan amendment, please contact Mr. Sivert at the district office. Anyone wishing to receive a notice of adoption and notice of passing of the proposed township official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment must make a written request, including their name and address, to Township Planning Technician Charlotte Scott. For more information about the proposed township official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments, preserving your appeal rights, or on how to receive a notice of adoption and passing of the proposed township official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, please contact the township clerk through Maria Petrail following the meeting at the township office. So that concludes this section of our joint meeting, and I think we're going to take a break, and we will return with the remaining items on the agenda. And we will take 15 minutes. Time is it now? 10:55. We shall return. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you from the public for showing Yep, we have.
Yeah, call the meeting.
Jesus. 11 is the real time. Like,
Chair, the mic is on.
Are you ordering?
why would we do that?
Chair, the mic is on.
Okay, everyone, we're back. The next item on our agenda is a report from our chief building official on what he was up to last year.
On. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. I'll give you some of the details, but not all the details of what I was up to last year. I'm here to present report 2026 DSES 2026-010, reporting on the building division annual activity and reserve. Over the course of last year, we conducted our regular processes, operated the sewage system maintenance inspection program, the regulation of the building code and enforcement activities. And through that process, saw our funds collected for permit, and in total of $1,716,000, $16,080. We also saw that our reserves, that was an operating deficit of $113,245. We saw our reserves increase by $38,086 as a result of interest earned on the principal. If you have any questions, I stand for.
Me, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. If I can have a little bit of leeway through you to the building inspector, have a question about the sewage inspection program.
It was in the report, so yes.
So this came up, I think half a dozen people I've now spoke to are getting their letters about the older systems, so systems over 20 years old. And the concerns about, well, I just got it inspected the year before, or just got it, a report 2 years before, but their system didn't get any younger. I'll add to that, but they're concerned about that timeline of why is this happening yet again? And I'm just wondering if you can expand on that. Thank you.
Dick, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. Yes, that may be the case in some areas. That is a result of our predecessor program, which was largely staff-driven, seasonal staff, I should say, and effectively a phase 1 inspection, which is a less invasive and more general inspection of a system, a visual primarily inspection of a system. With council's approval of our sewage system maintenance inspection policy, I think in 23, we formalized the process and included a phase 2 inspection element to the program. Phase 2 inspections are more in-depth, and through that process, through that policy and process, we identify the properties as being high, moderate, or low risk. That's based on different criteria, generally the age and the lake health of the system adjacent, as well as the potential records that we have on file for those systems. That identification results in a required phase 2 inspection. Yes, recently or in recent years, phase 1 may have been done in different areas and have had a very short turnaround to this phase 2 requirement. That is strictly a function of the new program and the new criteria. We had to start somewhere, and it may not be on a 5-year cycle that the phase 1 has occurred, and now the new improved phase 2 portion of the program returning to the area to conduct that inspection.
Councilor Nishikawa, of course.
So I found myself doing a little bit of homework. And then my husband pointed out, oh, don't you remember, Ruth, when we had 2 of these tanks crack? And I wondered if you can describe what can happen to a concrete tank that's 25 years old.
Mr. Snyder.
Many things. In large part, I think what we've seen as a result of the phase 2 inspections is deterioration of tank lids, baffles, which is at the inlet and outlet to prevent the rush into the tank and disturbance of the contents of the tank, and at the outlet to prevent solids from entering the distribution bed. Those are largely the things we see with tanks. There are certainly outliers in reference to plastic, concrete, or different material tanks. And then obviously we're not only looking at the septic tanks, but we are looking at the distribution beds and their maintenance and operation to ensure that all components of the system are operating and maintained in accordance with the building code maintenance regulations.
Committee, any other questions for Mr. Snyder? There was no resolution on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next on our agenda, Ms. Reiners is going to take us to a report on the magazine distribution on private docks.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of committee. So just a quick background on this one. July of last year, General and Finance Committee heard a public delegation concerning the solicitation of magazines in plastic bags dropped on private docks within the township. Concerns were expressed on general disinterest in receiving materials as well as potential environmental impacts. And in response to the delegation, committee directed staff to investigate potential avenues to address the concerns and report back to committee. Staff rarely receive concerns regarding this type of activity with respect to the perceived nuisance or from large amounts of materials entering local waterways. No other municipalities within the district of Muskoka have enacted regulations to control the delivery of magazines on docks. And the township does not currently regulate this type of activity. It's unclear if the township has the authority to regulate this type of activity because these docks are not always located on private property or on township lands, but rather are typically built over Crown-owned lake beds. Staff would also note that the enforcement of these types of regulations can be challenging due to limited resources in proactively patrolling lakes and the lack of available evidence to determine the responsible party for distributing the materials. Reactive enforcement alone would also result in potentially extensive use of municipal resources, and any bylaw would likely raise complex issues and maybe even related freedom of expression concerns. So staff are of the opinion that general referral to the MECP, the Advertising Standards of Canada, and the Canadian Marketing Association are appropriate procedures to address the concerns related to material distribution. And happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Committee, do we have any questions on this? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. So Rachel, I have a couple of questions for you, if I might, and appreciate your report. The recommendation, I got a couple of questions, if I might, Chair. The first one is on the recommendation itself, it isn't indicating it's for information only. It says it actually is asking for a resolution to direct committee to direct staff to proceed with the approach outlined in the report to address concerns. Now, as I go through the report, and it gives suggestions of possible things that perhaps could be done, and it also says it questions whether we would have any authority to do so because they're being placed on, this waste is being placed on what are private docks and a public lake. And also, I might ask, what are we being asked? I mean, I don't think there's an appetite for a bylaw. I don't know that. Maybe there will be as a result of this discussion. But my concern is what is staff, this report, what is this report asking of the committee? And it doesn't even include, if I might, includes a reference to, you may want to discuss this with legal, but nobody in the report went to the extent to provide any kind of even general high line, a legal opinion. So I'm confused by this staff report, to be quite honest. So again, first question, what is the reco? What does the recommendation mean? Just so I understand it.
Ms. Miners?
I think the recommendation is stating that we can refer these types of concerns to other government agencies such as the Ministry of Environment as they regulate litter in waterways, and also other organizations that work with advertising companies to ensure that they're responsibly handing out materials and options for people to put like no flyer signs up on their docks and such.
Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Chair. Through you, so a supplemental would be, is that the thing we want to see on all over the township, Muskoka Lakes, on our lakes, is signs of yellow signs and red signs saying no magazine delivery here on the end of our boathouses? And the second part of that question, I suppose, would be, that really isn't a mandate of a recommendation in a staff report to ask of the bylaw folks to on the phone, if someone calls and complains, to say, hey, call the Canadian Marketing Association. This report we spent a lot of time on, obviously doesn't give me much to grab onto. And I just wonder what's the spirit of it. Are we suggesting that we're going to actually just recommend to people on the phone when they call and complain to reach out to those three really esoteric associations, if you will, and complain to them? That's what we're saying. It's not our thing. Complain to somebody else. Is that without even getting a legal opinion as to whether we have any sort of a mandate to look at this? So I'm confused.
Ms. Miners? Oh, hold on. CAO Pink.
Thank you, through you, and certainly Ms. Miners may wish to add. I just thought I'd put it in I think Ms. Miners did answer the question. I'll just put it in a different way. I appreciate the report could be more explicit under the recommended approach section, but clearly staff, for a number of reasons, have identified that they would not recommend that a bylaw be passed to regulate the activity for, again, various reasons. I won't go over those. Appreciate that you may question some of the alternatives, but I think, as noted in the report, staff foresee really minimal concerns of this nature. Should they arise, staff would direct appropriately as per some of those options, whether it's an environmental type concern about littering and pollution in the lake, then the Ministry of the Environment would be the appropriate contact to direct that applicant to. Staff can assist in that process and cooperate accordingly. If it's more to do with advertising and those types of concerns, then either the CMA or the ASC may be the appropriate contact to deal with it. But again, for the various reasons, whether it's resources, enforceability, administration, other types of broader freedom of expression concerns, hopefully this is, again, more clear. Staff are not recommending that a bylaw be passed. The recommended approach is as under the recommended approach section. Hope that it's a clarity.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the other councillors? Why don't I read the resolution then? Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that committee directs staff to proceed with the approach outlined in report DSES 2026-011 to address concerns related to the distribution of advertising materials on private docks in the township. Mayor Kelly, you have a comment.
Thank you very much, and through you, just a couple of quick comments. I thought Ms. Miner's staff report was bang on. I frankly don't think there are that many people who have been complaining. And frankly, the cost of getting a complete or a full legal opinion probably would be quite high compared to, because it's a multi-jurisdictional issue. It's got everything to do with the fact that one body, the provincial government, owns the lake bed. The federal government owns and regulates activity on the water. And I think it's up in the air on how we can access the end of the dock and claim some right to dictate what happens there. The other thing is one of enforceability. I would have no idea how we would catch it. I made 2 quick phone calls to the 2, and I think there are 3, but I only tried 2 of the organizations that actually regularly drop on my dock, and was assured by both of them that there are effective do not deliver to me lists. I don't know how they work, didn't ask how they work. They assured me that they are effective. If you don't want these things on your dock, you put the word out and they don't show up on your dock somehow. To me, that's the cheapest and quickest. As far as calling the CMA, call the person who publishes the magazine if it's that big a deal, and insist that they modify their actions or do whatever you want them to do. And maybe to the extent that there is a groundswell, and I haven't seen it yet, of complaints about this, we don't wait till they phone in to be directed. We can just put it, we seem to have pretty effective communications right now. We just put the word out that if you don't like this, call these people, because it's really beyond our jurisdiction to deal with it and almost impossible for us to enforce it.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I was very interested in this topic when it came up last year. And one of the comments by our fire chief was that he was aware that you could contact the Ministry of the Environment and it could be classified as pollution. I can only inform the committee that we had an event on our lake where individuals were golfing golf balls onto an island and actually set up a chip pad onto a pad in the lake. And there was up to 1,000 balls collected. I took it upon myself to contact the Ministry of Natural Resources and was really pleasantly pleased that within 24 hours, I got a call back from the enforcement officer at the ministry to talk to me about this subject, and what could be done, and that what they would do. They were actually out on the lake patrolling to see to obtain evidence on the golf balls getting into the lake, and they witnessed it happening. The residents who were doing it were basically saying, no, we can do this, where the enforcement agent told them, this is pollution, there's significant fines. If you continue to do it, we will charge you. So I'm just giving that story that there are avenues that if you think there is pollution going in the lake, you can follow up and get it done, be it magazines or possibly get some sort of actions. In our case, we got immediate action. So, and just on a sidebar here, Ms. Miners, I would suggest that your team develop a quick reference sheet listing the 4 locations or names and telephone numbers that they can contact. rather than them searching for it. Thank you.
Committee, any other comments or questions? Let me call the vote then. All those in favor? Any opposed? It carries. All right. Ms. Miners, you're going to talk to us about the draft noise bylaw.
Do you want her report amendment?
Thank you for that reminder. We have a delegate who's on the supplementary agenda. And if we could bring that person in now.
Deborah Yelenko.
Deborah Yelenko. Is she in the waiting room? Terrific, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can. Good morning. And if you start with your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Deborah Yelenko. My address is 1072 Hurling Point Road on the Moon River in Bala. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to raise a concern about a gap in the draft noise bylaw that leaves residents exposed to excessive noise, especially and specifically when sport courts are located too close to neighboring properties. In my neighborhood of small 100-foot lots, one property has a volleyball court in our midst, located less than 20 feet from the neighboring lot lines on both sides. Picture right outside your open window, because these are summer cottages, close together, no air conditioning, thin walls, thin windows. Now imagine more than a dozen people, balls pounding, smacking, groaning, shouting, cheering, and loud music. This noise can be heard throughout the neighborhood, so loud that it may as well be in our living room. The disturbance goes on for hours, especially when they're having their tournaments. The disruption starts when the net goes up in May and lasts until the net comes down in October. So we can never enjoy our cottages until it's time to close them up. What started as a net between two trees has morphed into a full-size court. And attempts to resolve this directly with the neighbors were unsuccessful. They cited their court's legal non-conforming status, leaving the surrounding neighborhood with little recourse. We cannot enjoy our cottages, nor can we sell them. Who would buy them when they see a noisy court right outside the door? But the neighborhood should not have to accept these significant disturbances when reasonable mitigation measures exist. The township has already recognized compatibility concerns by prohibiting new sport courts on lots under 200 feet. So existing courts should have conditions like setbacks from lot lines, acoustic mitigation within 100 feet of a lot line, and restrictions on legal non-conforming courts to high-impact sports. Unlike other noise disturbances identified in the survey, which fall under federal or provincial jurisdiction, the township has the full authority to regulate noise from private sport courts. Pickleball. Pickleball is now one of the fastest growing sports in North America. And in Ontario, outdoor volleyball tournaments and leagues reported a 41% increase in participation, also very noisy. Both these team sports produce sharp, repetitive sounds, and ball impacts thousands of times per hour. Many municipalities across Canada converted public tennis courts into pickleball, making it unbearable for the surrounding homeowners. These municipalities faced serious conflicts and resulted in the installation of sound barriers, reduced court hours, and even court closures. Muskoka property owners could convert their existing tennis courts into noisy pickleball or volleyball courts, which is very concerning, particularly on smaller lots. Let me leave you with 3 questions. On lots where cottages are only a few feet apart, is it reasonable to allow high-impact recreation directly at the property line when mitigation exists? And so in Muskoka, should a private court used for tennis be allowed to become high-impact pickleball or volleyball without proper safeguards? And does the township know how many private tennis courts currently exist, which the owners could convert to noisy or high-impact courts? So, setbacks, acoustic mitigation, and conversion restrictions will help balance recreation with the neighborhood's right to peace. There is an opportunity and an obligation at this juncture to make this right, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions to the delegate? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, and through you to the delegate. Thanks for that delegation. I'm wondering, have you and what has the response been from the township when you've clearly lodged some sort of a complaint with the powers that be? Have you had any sort of what's the response been in your mind? Thank you.
Sorry.
No,
Yes.
go ahead.
Well, of course, we did make one complaint. Neighbors on the other side have made another complaint related to it. We're on a small point, so it's not just the immediate neighbors, the neighbors behind us. It echoes through the entire neighborhood and across the water. So to answer your question, basically the response from township, from the bylaw department was they were going by the book and, they said, well, it's legal non-conforming. So it leaves us with not much but to deal with this through the noise bylaw, because it definitely is noisy. And, this could happen anywhere to anybody. I don't care if you're on a big property or a small property. If someone's got a tennis court and they want to put in pickleball, that changes the whole new ball game. You were looking at the Cleveland House, and I wonder how all of those courts will be echoing over the water. It's really something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you very much. Committee, any other questions? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. My question would be through you to Rachel, Ms. Miners, sorry. In this instance, or in the complaints that you have received about court sports, have they been more related to Airbnb situations? Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Ms. Miners?
Thank you through the chair. I will admit we don't receive many, if at all, complaints about this type of concern. So I couldn't say that it's specifically about Airbnbs or not.
All right, Ms. Miners, it's time for you to deliver your report then. No, we're going on. You can ask it later. Councillor Zavitz, you can ask it after the report if you like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I would just like to thank the delegate for attending and giving us some feedback on the draft bylaw. As you know, the report introduces the draft noise bylaw, provides a summary of comparison between the current noise bylaw and the draft noise bylaw, and then, of course, a copy of the presentation, which I will start shortly. The report provides an overview of staff's approach to the drafting of the bylaw, including identifying township characteristics, connecting the intent of the bylaw to the township's strategic plan goals, completing additional public consultation, and analyzing public feedback to consider potential impacts to key sectors. So as committee may recall, staff was last before committee in December to report on the results of the public survey. And since this time, staff has completed additional public consultation and created a draft noise bylaw. The purpose of today's meeting is to introduce the draft noise bylaw for the very first time and to receive committee's approval to present the draft noise bylaw to the public for additional feedback this spring. So as mentioned, we did consult with various stakeholder groups over the past couple of months from various industries, including the development industry, tourist entertainment operators, zoos and wildlife sanctuary operators, and other government agencies. So these are some of the goals for the new noise bylaw, and mainly it's focusing on achieving that balance between a peaceful environment with a healthy economy. So we'll get into the enforcement of noise bylaws. So here is just like a general example of what a noise contravention might be. So this one says no person shall emit any noise, which is clearly audible at a point of reception between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. from the operation of any sound system. So in this example, Rachel is playing music at 1 a.m. at her house. You can see she's got speakers, she's listening to music. And Sam lives next door and he's in his kitchen and he can hear the music, but he can hear it clearly. He can hear the words, he can hear the lyrics. So because it's at 1 a.m., that's clearly between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., that's a concern. And then the point of reception would be Sam's house, because that's where he's hearing the noise. So this could be an example of a bylaw contravention. So we have a bylaw contravention. What do we do now? We would get the complainant to submit a concern through the reported concern process on the township's website. From there, they could include a video or audio recordings indicating that the noise is occurring. They would send that in, and then during staff hours, officers can review the evidence and determine if any enforcement option or any enforcement action is necessary, which could be education, the issuance of AMPs or charges, and so on. Okay, so we'll get into some recommended regulations for the draft noise bylaw. So to address some of the daytime noise concerns, we've created this regulation, which is no person shall cause or permit the emission of any noise, which is clearly audible at a point of reception at any time, and in the opinion of an officer could be a nuisance noise. And we have created a defined term for nuisance noise, which includes characteristics like being disruptive, excessive, obnoxious, loud volume, and it's likely to disturb or interfere with the comfortable and enjoyment of life. The next one relates to animals. So for noise for farm animals, we're proposing to exempt it from the noise bylaw, as the province has legislation that essentially protects owners of farm animals if it's considered a normal farm practice. We're also proposing to exempt animals that are subject to a zoo and wildlife sanctuary license, proposing for those noises or nuisances to continue to be dealt with through that zoo and wildlife bylaw. And then for pet owners, we are reducing the continuous prohibited period from 30 minutes down to 15 minutes. So essentially somebody wouldn't be allowed to let their dog to bark consistently for more than 15 minutes at a time. So as it relates to amplified music, human noise, and other louder noise sources, staff are recommending that the current regulations for amplified music and human noise be maintained, which is 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then instead, what we're recommending is that we revise prohibited hours for other noise sources that tend to be a little bit more offensive in nature. So this would include auditory signaling devices, snowmaking machines, snow groomers, other similar vehicles. And we're proposing to reduce that down to 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. is the prohibited period of time. So for recreational surfaces, as we were sort of discussing earlier with our delegate, and through our public survey, we did receive concerns of noise from private residential outdoor sport courts. Staff don't currently receive many concerns related to this. And we do note that the zoning bylaw provides requirements for recreational surfaces. And those regulations are intended to mitigate impacts from adjacent properties and the waterfront. So for these reasons, staff are recommending to not regulate noise from sport courts specifically. We would just continue to rely on those existing regulations, such as the one I mentioned earlier about human noise and loud music being prohibited between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., as well as if that new regulation about daytime excessive noise is approved, we can address certain obnoxious scenarios through that regulation. So for vehicles and equipment, for construction noise, previously construction noise and construction type of noise for domestic activities were two separate regulations having two separate hours or prohibited hour times. What we're recommending to do is to unite those regulations together because they tend to be similar in nature, and then reducing it. So now the permitted days and times would be weekdays. The permitted time would be 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then on weekends and holidays, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Okay. Okay, so for tourist entertainment operations, we are recommending a pretty unique approach to this one. Currently, the regulation would be all tourist entertainment operators would be exempt from the loud music, loud human noise, provided they complied with specific requirements, which are outlined on the left-hand side. What staff are recommending to do is to reduce some of those things. So for example, instead of permitting the loud music or loud human noise to carry on until 1:30 a.m., we're proposing to reduce it back to 11 p.m. However, we are also recommending a specific regulation for, or a specific exemption perhaps for the business known as the Key to Bala. And we're just recommending a different set of hours for them for Friday nights, Saturday nights, Sunday nights, and Monday nights, which would be 11 a.m. to 7 a.m. So again, still reducing that by half an hour compared to the current regulation at 1:30 in the morning. Some other changes, yeah, these are some of the other changes that we're proposing. I guess one of the key ones I'll note is the noise exemption permit process is a little bit newer. And then just some general updates to enforcement and offenses. So as mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the goal of the meeting is to gain committee's approval to take this draft noise bylaw to a public meeting to receive community feedback, which may include delegations and written responses. After that meeting, staff will make any changes appropriate to the draft noise bylaw and bring it back to committee again for further discussion and consideration. Yeah, I think that's everything. If anybody has any questions or concerns, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, and for you to Rachel. The one thing that struck me is I didn't know the rule related to construction development. So does that mean, based upon your slide, that if my neighbor is doing some work on his property and he starts to he can blast starting at 7 a.m. Monday to Friday, and he can do construction work starting at 6 a.m. during the week? It just struck me as really early, even in Toronto, like it's 7:30 or minimum 7 o'clock, and I think in many cases 7:30. So I was just wondering for some thoughts on that. The blasting is one of the big problems. from properties?
Yeah, through the chair. So the current regulation for that is 6 a.m. So we are just continuing that regulation, but then adding on the weekends and holidays that it be brought to 9 a.m. After we consulted with the development community, they did explain that they would be okay with reducing, the evening hour and bringing it in early, but that they wouldn't support delaying the start times to 7 or 8 or 9 a.m. throughout the weekdays. I think just indicating their general schedules and working in the summertime and, shorter seasons and such.
I just think blasting at 6 a.m. is a bit of a blasting. Construction is on on water, goes right across the water. It's before people have even thought to get out of bed generally. And I just was wondering if anybody else had any reaction to that one. I know the contractors aren't going to like it, but the noise bylaw is to protect the residents.
Thank you. What I realized is I should wait till a little bit concerned about when the report was going to come back, because some of the recommendations I had hoped would be put in place for instance, for the entertainment zones in our municipality. And again, just trying to move this thing forward.
What's your expected timeline on
Oh, sorry. I think it's staff's intention to bring, sorry, if you're asking the anticipated timeline for bringing the report back for community feedback, I think it's staff's intention to bring it back as soon as we can. But I understand that there are some timelines that need to be met with having this resolution ratified in council before staff can return to planning committee to speak on it again.
That's what I'm trying to narrow down. I understand all of the issues that we have. So I'm just saying, are we getting this back? Like, is it going to go to the public in the next 2 cycles? Or are we waiting until the summer? That's what I'm trying to identify.
I think depending on staff resources and such, it would be our plan to hopefully bring this report back by, April, May, June type of area for the public meeting.
So again, we're not going to have a public meeting until it's going to come back here first. And then so it's going to be some time before it goes back out to the public. That's what my concern is.
I'm confused. Today, are we providing, like my comment about should it be 7 a.m. rather than 6 a.m. on construction? Are we going to reflect comments in an updated draft that then goes to the public? What is the purpose of today, and what are we trying to do with the input that comes from committee?
Thank you. Just to clarify Councillor Nishikawa's previous question, sorry, Councillor Kent. I believe the recommendation, I don't believe it would have to come back to this planning committee and then a public meeting. What would happen if the recommendation is approved as written? Staff would have to wait for that to be ratified by council in April. At that point, we could very shortly thereafter, resources dependent, circulate for that public meeting and host that public meeting possibly as soon as May or June. So just to clarify, it would not have to come back to planning committee and then advertise for a public meeting. The next time it would be before you would be the public meeting, likely in, again, May or June.
Did that answer your question, Councillor Kent?
That means that I'm still confused. So that means if we had a point of discussion and other people agreed with a change to what's been drafted, we're going to go out to the public before that change has been reflected, which is not necessarily what I would suggest. I mean, if we have an opinion on something, we should discuss it and put it into the draft before it goes to the public.
CEO Pink?
Agreed. Thank you. I would agree with that approach. Sorry, I didn't add on. Certainly any revisions as of today's committee, staff can amend the resolution or have a amended resolution prepared, directing staff to make necessary changes to the draft bylaw. Again, staff can work on those in the interim should it ultimately be ratified by council next month, then that updated draft bylaw will be what would be circulated for community comment in May and June.
Councillor Edwards.
If this bylaw is passed, can you get exemptions on it? Example, somebody has a wedding on their property and they have like a tent set up and they go to 1:30 in the morning or 1 o'clock. And does that affect them? There should be, if it's different if it's every day or that, but once a year or something like that. And the other is on construction. A lot of places, especially if it's a business, if their operating hours are till 11 o'clock, they may bring in contractors to do renovations while they're closed. And how is that handled?
Ms. Miners, do we have an exception process for exemptions?
Currently, the noise bylaw doesn't have a specific exemption process set up, but what the draft noise bylaw is proposing is to set up that exemption permit process where somebody would make an application, it would be heard before council and council could make a decision.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Madsen. Oh, I'm sorry, sorry, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I guess a question to Rachel would be, from the presentation, thanks for that. Is the daytime noise regulation the same enforcement as the nighttime noise regulation that you've illustrated? I mean, is Rachel playing her music at 1 p.m.? What happens there? Because that's where I get all of the main complaints is during the day, 42 people hear someone's music consistently. So is that the same approach in terms of how to go about to remediate it through enforcement, reporting a concern with a video, et cetera, et cetera? So I would ask that question.
Ms. Miners?
Yes, it would be the same complaint process. I think what would be different is that because it's happening during the daytime and staff are present, that it would likely require staff to be attending and making that determination if it meets the definition of nuisance noise. So I think we could anticipate some increased complaints and staff responses because of that new regulation.
Councillor Roberts. No, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And through you to Ms. Miners, I have two questions. The first one pertains to the Crawford Street property owners who had concerns with the Aspen Wildlife Sanctuary, specifically roaring lions. You'll recall that they did come to committee and with their concerns, and the committee said that the noise or proposed that perhaps the noise bylaw would handle this. And I see that now has been changed, that the zoo and sanctuary bylaw would help it. Now, why was it taken out of the noise bylaw? I'm asking on behalf of the constituents. Why was it taken out of the noise bylaw? And the second part of that question is, they've waited a long time for some sort of action. They're hoping the noise bylaw, they want to know how things will change in the near future if it's moved to another bylaw that's not even on our project list.
Ms. Miners?
So the current noise bylaw doesn't discuss animals that are part of wildlife sanctuaries, so exotic animals, non-native, native animals. Staff are proposing to maintain that approach. One of the, I guess, major reasons is back in July of 2025, council approved an update to the zoos and wildlife sanctuary bylaw to implement more enforcement action that officers can take. So this would include the establishment of part better Part 3 offenses, increased maximum penalties, and the implementation of AMPS. So I think that will assist in the township enforcing the zoos and wildlife sanctuary bylaw, as it does have a specific regulation for nuisance scenarios that happens at these operations. And so through that regulation, staff would intend to work with operators to understand the concerns and come up with resolutions to deal with those concerns, as animals that are at zoos and wildlife sanctuaries are a little bit more beyond, you know, telling somebody just to leave their TV on to help a dog stop barking. These are much different kinds of animals that do require unique needs and care. So I think that having that hands-on approach through the zoos and wildlife sanctuary bylaw is appropriate, and that's why we're recommending to continue with that.
Thank you. I have a second question that I mentioned, Chair.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. In the, we've been discussing this for many, 2 or 3 years now, and I'm looking at the timeline that we have stated, that it appears that optimistically it'll be sometime in summer 2026 when we'll most likely have an approved or updated bylaw. Can you provide for myself and the public three primary reasons why it will take that long to get this done? Thank you.
Ms. Miners?
Yeah, through the chair. I think similar to what CAO Pink was mentioning earlier, it can take staff a little bit longer just because we may require council to ratify a committee resolution before we proceed with the next step. So I think sometimes naturally the process just takes some time. But also, staff make sure to take the time to consult with key stakeholder groups, make sure the public's being consulted and getting feedback from them. The summertime does take up a lot of staff resources. So sometimes we have to put things on hold or work during different seasons of the year. We also have to sometimes update other bylaws as a part of a bylaw. So, for example, with the noise bylaw, we're going to have to update the AMPS bylaw. That takes a little bit more time. And sometimes, these bylaw reviews do require a legal review. That takes time. So there are a few different nuances that happens in these processes that just naturally take a bit of extra time.
Thank you. That'll help me explain it to the constituents.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I think because the daytime noise is the one that's probably newest, I have a few questions. If I could I'm trying to use examples to illustrate how this could be, I guess, enforced. Separate from the actual process that Councillor Zavitz was talking about. So if I think about general complaints, it would be typically during the day, what I would hear is noise emitting from camps, indoor resorts, some more commercial like establishments where there's just ongoing activity associated with that. I hear about boats, specifically the wakeboard boats or wake surfboards, boats out in the water. Because wake surf is different than other water sports. And then the third thing I hear about, which was what the delegate was talking about earlier today, it's more that I think I'm just trying to understand how this could be enforced, or I'm trying to learn as I look at this and how you've worded it. There is something in what the delegate was talking about. There's something very, if it becomes that creeping sense of activity on a neighboring property. And, there's one-time use, as Councillor Edwards said, or like now and then, but if this is an ongoing thing, that's difficult. And I guess I'm trying to understand, I guess the last comment on that is also, there is something very real about the transition from tennis to pickleball. I think that's just like a known stated fact now. So I think we have to at least be aware of how to address something like that. So with those kind of scenarios in my mind, I'm trying to understand then, would this new nuisance noise be able to address? I'm talking not the one-off scenarios. This is a place of recreation and fun and enjoyment, and we certainly wanted to be promoting that. But when something is ongoing, it's a bit like when we talked about the short-term rentals, right? If it's churning out every single month, then you don't have the ability to just enjoy your property. Is that what this is going to help address?
Ms. Miners.
Through the chair, I would say maybe partially, like when you talk about water sports and things happening on the water, this regulation wouldn't address that because we can't regulate things that happen on the water.
Okay.
When it comes to commercial type properties like resorts or kids camps, I don't think that this regulation would necessarily cover that. Just because, you know, if a property is zoned to permit those kinds of uses, I think we can expect some noise to happen from it, and I wouldn't necessarily say it would meet the definition of nuisance noise. And I think your last one, sorry, talked about ongoing concerns like short-term rentals and stuff.
Can I, sorry, just add, I didn't want to pick on short-term rental.
Yeah.
I'm trying to listen to what the delegate was talking about earlier and trying to understand how that kind of activity can completely change the character. And I was using it similar to the discussion we had in short-term rental. I'm not saying that they're the same thing. I guess in the scenario that was presented to us earlier today, would this new daytime noise option give you the tools you needed to help have good conversations with a property owner? This would be a residential property owner.
Ms. Miners?
Yeah, I think this regulation would really rely on trusting officers to have, you know, to use their discretion to make that determination in scenarios if it's truly really loud, really obnoxious, meeting those thresholds. So it's difficult for me to really confirm if it can deal with every single scenario every time. But I think because it's broad, it can potentially explore various kinds of scenarios. Sorry if that doesn't really help.
Councilor Mazin?
Thank you. And through you, I don't have a recommendation necessarily. I'm just trying to, I guess, provide some validation to what our delegate was saying earlier. So I know this is going out into the community, and I just think it's important that we understand the impacts that some of these things have. And without trying to bring the sledgehammer down on everybody or create a really robust system, wanting to be sure that whatever we're doing empowers our staff to be able to work with perhaps a property owner who may not fully appreciate that impact that their behavior is happening on neighbors. So I know this is difficult. I don't know how to do it. And I guess I'm just asking that question.
Mayor Kelly and then Councilor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I just want to pick up where Councilor Mazan left off. The only issue that I heard from Councilor Mazan relates to the use of sports courts. And I think it coincidental with the delegate's comments. But the delegate was suggesting that a legal non-compliant sports court, we could insist it be moved or shorter or pulled back from and regulate its use. So my question is, if it's legal non-compliant, is it legal non-compliant as to where it sits or as to how it's used or to both?
Ms. Miners?
I think if committee is looking to make regulations specific to that type of noise concern with sport courts, with legal non-conforming sport courts, I think that's something we should be consulting with a lawyer on to understand that if any regulations we do make aren't impeding on people's rights as it relates to legal non-conforming sport courts.
Okay, Councilor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, and it dovetails right into what both of those folks have just said, which is, we now have a short-term rental bylaw in full force and effect, and there's a 1-800 number there. So now I'm going to go back to the delegate, and thank you, Councilor Mazan, for bringing that forward. That what is stopping the person, the delegate, from calling into the township 1-800 and saying, I believe that next door to me where there's activity, there's tent trailers, there's, I don't know, tents, there's whatever, it's a small cottage, there's 16 people there and there's lots of cars. I do believe there's a short-term rental happening here. There's an infraction, I think that you need to investigate. So then that gives her, the delegate, I mean, that's a second option. There's daytime noise bylaw that we're looking at here, but I'd like to know how the interplay is with the short-term rental bylaw when the delegate, as an example only, calls in and says, hey, listen, there's a short-term rental next door. We have to go out and discover that it's not, and it's a regular. So, I mean, that's my question.
Ms. Miners, have you got some thoughts on that? How do we distinguish between the two bylaws?
Yeah, so we're, the bylaw staff are working closely with the licensing officer just to roll out that process for, like the new process for submitting complaints about short-term rentals. And through these discussions, these are the exact scenarios that we are considering and determining what steps should be taken. But those discussions are still ongoing, but I think the goal is to have people call that hotline because the responsible person is set up to attend those properties and ensure that people are following our bylaws. I think that's all I can really provide about that right now.
Director Huff?
Thank you, Chair. I would just add to the conversation in part to just reiterate what Ms. Miners has already said, is that this does provide a tool for us to use to have conversations with residents when we get complaints. But it will be largely based on the discretion of the officer to see and decide on whether or not that noise is reasonable and related to a use that's permitted already. And, you know, the expectations on permitted noise would be different between, say, a recreational camp versus a residential property. I think that would be fair. And then, of course, with respect to the short-term rentals, if someone calls the hotline, we have now just a new tool, the short-term rental bylaw, to ensure that what is happening there meets the requirements of the short-term rental bylaw. But there might be other concerns that are raised through that complaint that maybe aren't directly related to short-term rental. Maybe they're more under bylaw enforcement relative to tree cutting or to noise perhaps. And it just allows staff a more coordinated response to the issues that come forward.
Thank you. Councillor Burry.
Thank you. And I wish I didn't have to speak. And in fact, I wish we didn't have to have a noise bylaw. I wish we could just have a level of common decency and respect.
Councillor Burry, would you like me to read the resolution first?
Well, I do have a question because there are conflicts in the hours.
All right.
So I am going to suggest that Health Canada, amongst other people, talk about 8 hours as being good amount of sleep. So if I'm a contractor, I can start at 6 a.m. If I'm a Yahoo with my lawnmower, I can start at 7 a.m. If I'm a contractor, I have to stop at 9 p.m. But if I'm a person living on the lake, I don't have to stop until I'm 11. Unless I'm in the Key, I can go to 1 o'clock if it's a Friday or a Saturday. I'm not seeing 8 hours of quiet time to be able to sleep without earplugs in that. So I think we've got some conflicts here. I mean, if I'm a contractor, I could arrive at the site at 6 and not start my noise till 7, maybe. Maybe. That's what happens in the city of Toronto. I just think we've got to have a really, if we're going to have a bylaw, and clearly I think we have to have it, we have to have some kind of thoughtful around how all of the pieces fit together and not the silos. That's my question.
Oh, it is. All right, so I'm going to read the resolution and apply it retroactively here. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that Planning Committee direct staff to circulate and present the draft noise bylaw attached as Appendix 1 to report DSES-2026-012 at a public meeting for further community feedback. comments and questions. So
Do I have to say anything retroactively about my retroactive?
no,
I mean, we do have several resorts in the township that are very respectful. I'm pretty close to one of them, and I won't mention them by name, but I can tell you that they are very respectful for 11 o'clock. And it doesn't matter whose wedding it is. So, you know, I think we've got to have some kind of reconciliation around how and when things happen. And, you know, am I a contractor? Am I the homeowner? If I'm a contractor, I can't start till on the weekend. I can't start till 9, but if I'm at the homeowner, I can start at 7. It's like, how do I know? So I think there's some work that's got to be done. I know we're going to have some public pushback, and that's fantastic. But I'm not sure we're ready for prime time, but that's just my comment.
I'll go to Ms. Miners, then Councillor Kent, then Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a couple comments made by Councillor Burry about the different times for, you know, a construction company versus a regular person doing work. The current bylaw does have 2 separate regulations, but what staff are proposing in the draft bylaw is uniting them so that they're the same, so that there is that sense of clarity so people know whether I'm building a deck at my own house or I'm a company that's been hired to build a deck at someone's house. It's the same regulation across the board is what the draft bylaw is proposing.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I have 2 comments. I would like to propose a change to the construction start to 7 a.m. I think the giveaway of an hour, as you mentioned, in the evening is nothing. I've never seen construction people, they show up early, they leave by 4:30, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, the latest. So I think giving away time in the evening is not the problem. I think it's just, it's a giveaway. It's free for them because they know they're not going to be working at that time of night. I think we don't want people running their lawnmowers at 7 a.m. and we don't want construction guys blasting or sawing or running their chainsaws at 7 a.m. So I think that's I'd like to propose an edit. A second comment relates back to the sports court, and I had 2 thoughts. I was just wondering whether or not that woman who came in, the delegates, suggested that there was this volleyball tournament. And I don't understand why if there's a volleyball tournament, that wouldn't fall under a permitted special event, and we would require them to get a special events permit to be able to have more than X number of hours of play in a certain location at a certain time. Because that would be one way to restrict something like that. Because, you know, you go out and you play tennis for an hour and a half, you can live with it. You go out and play even volleyball for an hour and a half. It's the extended duration of what she explained that was a problem. So I don't know if we wanted to maybe put in some duration issues there. I also question whether or not we need to be thinking down the road about small lots, 100 feet and below should not have the ability to have a sports court because it's too close and it's not possible to manage it in a way that minimizes encumbrance on everybody else in the neighborhood. So it's just, those are 2 observations. I don't know if they're relevant or not, but the one I would really like to suggest is the construction move. Because I think that if we don't move it, suggest it now, and we go out to the public with it first, they're going to think they have 6 a.m. And I'd rather at least let them fight us for the 6 a.m. if that's what they're used to, then, you know, anyway, that's my opinion.
So Councillor Kent, you said you would like to see a change and therefore we should be. Well, if you got a seconder to move, I think Ms. Miner, do you want to have a comment before I just interject here or not? All right. All right, let's deal with process. CEO Pink.
Thank you. After you, just to clarify quickly the 2 comments that you had. I don't recall the specific number in the special event permit bylaw. Ms. Miners may, but I'm highly suspect that the number of people at the volleyball tournament is well below what our special event permit threshold is. With respect to sport courts on small lots, the zoning bylaw has now for a number of years prohibited new sport courts on small lots. I think Mayor Kelly asked that question previously. It would obviously depend on the situation at hand. In many instances, it may be a setback issue. because we have increased to 200 feet. Previously it was 66. In other instances, it may be the use altogether because it's legal non-conforming on an undersized lot, but it's been there since prior to that change. I think procedurally, if there's direction, I look to the clerk, but I believe we need a mover and a seconder to amend the hours in the bylaw. I think you've suggested changing the start of 7 a.m. I'm not sure what you've changed it to. But if there's a mover and a seconder for that, I'm sure staff will draft the resolution.
So, Councillor Edwards, you were on the.
I was going to say the same thing, and that contractor should not be starting at 6 in the morning. It should be at least 7 a.m. I think that's fair.
All right, so we have a mover.
I would move that.
We have a mover and a seconder.
Yeah.
We need to take a few minutes to. Councillor Nishikawa.
I believe there's a running list. Like I don't know that if we're gonna have a fulsome discussion about this and we're starting to make changes here. I don't want just this one read and then make another one in a few minutes. Like, I'm just wondering that there's gonna be more issues, I think, brought up.
Let me ask. Talk.
I think it depends. If everyone's in agreement, then your strategy would work. But if certain members of committee endorse one of the changes, but not another one, then we could be into amendment craziness. Nightmare, that's a good word. I was gonna say. So that's my concern about your approach. I think on one level it's fine, but on another it could be a problem. So.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Quite honestly, I didn't think we were doing this today. I thought we were waiting till it came back, that we had time to absorb everything, the conversations. And then in fact, I think I even heard send our recommendations off to the bylaw officer and that we would see her changes at the next council meeting. I believe I heard that information when we ratify this meeting.
Yeah, Pink, I think I know the answer to that, but I'll let you answer it.
Thank you. As noted in the recommendation of the report, it is to direct staff to circulate the draft bylaw attached to the report for a public meeting for community feedback. So again, we can circulate it as drafted. You can circulate it with any revisions that this committee wants. It would then be whatever decision is made, the process would be ratified at council meeting in a month's time, and then staff will circulate that draft either as amended or not for a public meeting in May. And you will again at this forum hear from the community at that public meeting will be the next time you would see the bylaw.
Councillor Nishikawa.
I would like a lot further discussion about this, but I'm wondering if we could do this after lunch.
Oh, good point. Maybe that's not a good idea. So is it all right if we come back at noon? Or sorry, 1 o'clock rather than 1:10? All right. Thank you for that suggestion, Councillor Nishikawa. I had stopped watching the clock. Yeah, just to remind everybody, we have read the resolution, so it's not to be discussed during lunch. We'd like to pick up where we left off. So just as a reminder, Councillor Burry, we had read the resolution, and I think just for clarity, I might read it again so that we know what we're doing. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Burry, be it resolved that Planning Committee directs staff to circulate and present the draft noise bylaw attached as Appendix 1 or I to report DSES-2026-12 at a public meeting for further community feedback. And we had, we were talking about putting a motion on the floor to change construction hours from 6 to 7. I believe we had a mover and a seconder. And I think having discussions with the clerk and the CAO, I think as a committee, we should be only changing in this bylaw what we would absolutely, this draft bylaw, that we don't think under most conditions we would accept. Otherwise, we should just let it go because we're going to have lots of time to address it, and we will be in a better position to address it because we will have public input on it. So let's just keep that in mind when we're doing it. So do we have a draft bylaw then? A draft resolution, sorry. Councillor Nishikawa.
And just to clarify through you, so what we're waiting for is a draft resolution just on that one item?
Just on that one
So
item.
you're suggesting that I don't bring up the bigger item that I feel is a bigger item?
I'm not suggesting that at all.
Okay. But I kind of agree with you that I don't know that this is the time or place to get into this big discussion because it's a big discussion. So I'm just not, it's not clear to me why we're doing one and not the others.
Well, because it was proposed. There was two people agreed to it and those. Councillor Kent.
I would just say,
Sorry, I
think
wasn't.
there's some value to going out to the public with what, having us at least talked about some of the big issues. So I don't think we should go out with something that we'd like to see changed. Might as well go out with the best, put our best foot forward. So I think there is merit to talking about whatever the key big items are so that we know what they are, even if that means we taking the comments.
That's fine. Absolutely. We will do that. Councillor Nishikawa.
Then I would like to open the discussion about the key. And in fact, this is more of a spillover from previous discussions that in fact, to bring us into the 2026 year, that we do not have to have a business operating at 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, no matter what day of week. And that in reality, there's a new owner who actually has made efforts to change the hours. It's just now that there's an ability to have an after party because our hours extend. I think I would like to see us go back to the midnight time cutoff, like the city of Toronto, like everybody else uses.
Councillor Nishikawa, let's deal with this, the one we have on the table at the moment, and then we can deal with that one. I don't disagree. We can have the discussion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, I did bring my tea.
All right, Councillor Kent and Councillor Edwards, this is your recommended resolution. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that draft noise bylaw attached as Appendix I to report DSES 2026-12 be amended as follows prior to circulation to the public. 5.3, no person shall cause or permit the emission of any noise which is clearly audible at a point of reception on the following days and times resulting from the operation of vehicles or equipment in connection with construction or other similar commercial or domestic activities. 5.3.1, Monday, 8 a.m. to Tuesday, 7 a.m., Tuesday, 8 a.m. to Wednesday, 7 a.m., Wednesday, 8 p.m. to Thursday, 7 a.m., Thursday, 8 p.m. to Friday, 7 a.m., Friday, 8 p.m. to Saturday, 9 a.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. to Sunday, 9 a.m., Sunday, 8 p.m. to Monday, 7 a.m. So I think that what changes there, the 6 becomes 7. Is that fair? All right, so I've read the resolution. Let's have some discussion on it. We need to, Councillor Mazin. And then Councillor Zavitz.
I have two questions, if I could. The first question is this a common complaint? I'd like to hear from that.
Ms. Miners.
Sorry, the start time.
The start time.
Construction sites.
Through the chair, I don't think that we receive many concerns about construction starting too early per se. Like, not to my knowledge, do we have blasting or excavating actually occurring at 6 a.m.? I think maybe they're getting sites ready and stuff at that early, but I don't think we have a history of several complaints for construction starting too early.
Okay, thanks. Quick supplemental.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think practically when I'm thinking about this. That I have lots of people I know in this industry, and they get up early in the morning. They get to whatever their site is, wherever the trucks are. They get themselves organized. They get the cement truck organized, and then they get en route. And so what I'm just wondering, is this intended to be that you're actually not doing physical work on a piece of property at 6 a.m. or does that limit? I'm just trying to think practically that there's a lot of our community that gets up, this is their work time. So I'm just trying to understand how that would impact that.
Could I reframe that and say,
Sure.
Can they start work at 6, but start the noisy work at 7?
Yeah, which is what I think probably typically happens. And I'm just making sure that this just gets captured.
Ms. Miners?
The definition of construction was updated to include loading and unloading of materials and equipment and stuff. I think similar to what you're mentioning about getting ready for sites and stuff, that's something maybe we could change. Like, we could remove something like that to account for people getting to a site and setting up, and then the noisier activities could be regulated at a different time, perhaps. There is options to do that.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, sir, and through you. I tell you, the comments that I've had in the last hour while we had lunch would indicate that 6 o'clock is a hard stop for the public out here in terms of marshaling their trucks. I think, as Councillor Mazan said, that, point being is that they get out of the yard, they get to their first drop, and it's well before 7. And so we would be pushing them back by that. So they would view this hour as quite a loss from moving it from 6 till 7. So that's a cautionary note. I mean, it's going to come up in the public comment piece anyway, but I would caution that this is not going to be a very popular, from what I understand, it's not going to be a very popular move from 6 till 7. So, I mean, I don't know what we do with that. We get a motion in front of us, but I guess some of us could vote it down or whatever, but I wonder if there's appetite to discuss this further.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, to address both Councillor Mazan and I think Councillor Zavitz. What I just heard read regulates noise, doesn't regulate behavior. So you can come on site and work as long as you don't violate the noise, excessive noise, until whatever the start date is, 7 o'clock. It won't hurt anybody from coming on site and getting organized, getting prepped, just nothing that broadcasts a sound to the recipient that's an offensive sound.
Any other comments? Councillor Edwards.
That was my understanding of starting work on the site with the hammers and that. It doesn't matter if you get out of your truck and unload your tools and that. And being on construction for over 50 years, I thought most construction workers would realize that.
Councillor Nishikawa.
In my experience, 7 o'clock is not an issue. I was surprised that we were at 6. And that's 34 years of owning a construction company in this community. It's in general, if you want to see where contractors are at 7 in the morning, they're at the coffee shop. That is reality. So 7 works. I don't know why it ever became 6, because we actually operated from a 7 o'clock timeline for many, many years.
Any other comments? Councillor Zavitz, thank you.
Thank you. It's for you. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. I guess the point of the matter is I'm quite fine with just simply not voting yes to this, but I can tell you that we're going to hear about it. So that's just a cautionary tale. What we do with it, I guess, is up to all of us. We'll be hearing from the public in terms of what they do between 6 and 7 with the loading and unloading and dropping of heavy equipment and things. I think that's more to the point. It's not about hammers and nails here. It's about delivering heavy equipment to sites between 6 and 7. That's what I'm hearing. So for what that's worth.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Councillor Zavitz. I think the comment is, I think that we may hear about it, but the reality is the things that I'm trying to get to when I suggested this was blasting, chainsaws, maybe dumping of massive rocks out of a truck to do your driveway with, or whatever you're going to do with those big rocks, things that make a lot of noise. They want to come and prep and drive the boat over to an island and get on the site. That's not the thing that's waking people up in the morning. So, and I think also, I find it, what would have been the logic for 6 a.m. up here versus 7 a.m. in many jurisdictions south of us? I'm just wondering how that got there. I would have thought it might have been the opposite way, and that this is more of a touristy area, not a business community.
Councillor Mazin and then Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, this has been a great conversation. I think this is the whole intention of having conversations, and also then what we put out to the community. And I actually support what Councillor Kent has put forward or had brought forward, that if we don't put something out and we don't suggest and have a dialogue, we won't get to a right outcome. And the next step on this is to gain the feedback that it sounds like Councillor Zavitz is already starting to get. And I liked how Mayor Kelly actually was framing this. If you've lived through you're in the industry, if you've lived through it, either as your personal or you have had neighbors going through it, I would say most, in my experience, have been quite respectful of the setup period and don't start the loud activity, largely because as a property owner, you don't really want to get the complaints from your neighbors. So you kind of put that into your own conditions anyways. But I did want to make sure with my questions that we're at least understanding the process flow. And so then when we're discussing this in the broader community, that it's not about limiting people's ability to get on site and get ready and go to the coffee shop, whatever you're going to do, and starting your day, but definitely want to try and find ways to mitigate that early start. So anyways, that was my long comment there to say I actually support this idea of going out so that we can then hear the feedback from the stakeholder groups.
Sorry. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, this is going to sound brief compared to that. Just to respond to Councillor Kent, why would it have been at 6 rather than 8? Because, the reality of building up here is we have a very compressed time. You got 5 months, 6 months. You got daylight, and those are the 2 ingredients that you need to get some work done before this kind of weather or last week's weather comes along.
Committee, are there any more discussions? All right, let me call so be clear, we're changing 6 to 7. And that's what will go out to the community. We have not voted that that's our policy. We're just going out to the community. So all those in favor? Anybody opposed? That carries. I need a signature page for that.
Oh, all right.
All right, committee. Councillor Nishikawa, I think the next topic you want to talk about was the hours for operation for the key.
If I can further from what I'd started. Again, it's not the choice of the public to want to be out at 2 and 3 in the morning, rambling through Bala as you get let out of the key after your 1:30 kind of thing. And we don't have a method. We have not been successful for many, many years of managing those people and their activities. And granted, we're talking about 8 weeks of the year, but it can be crucial and really, really brutal to business owners that happen to live in the community that are operating their business on a Saturday and Sunday as well, to have this constantly every weekend. And the fact that we have not addressed it in many, many years, and yet we have had lots of complaints, really concerns me that we are still not addressing it today. We're only talking about in the weeknight concerts, but in reality, the same people that are operating those businesses happen to live at their businesses, a lot of them, and there's no rest for them. If all that noise is coming from the key and in the community and everything, even at 2 o'clock in the morning, and they start their business up at 7 in the morning, where do they sleep? How does that happen in their existence? And I will also say that that noise travels a long, long way. So I'm closer to Walker's Point than I am to Bala, and I can hear that noise at that time. So I just think that it's time for us to address, put our big boy pants on type of thing and say we're adults and we can have this request out there and see what I don't think it's even up to the business, quite frankly, because there are methods that these companies have dealt with other municipalities and cities with their noise bylaws. So I don't know why we just have an open kind of just go carry on till 1 o'clock in the morning and then some, because again, we have that extra hour attached to that as well, the current.
Committee, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I'm just curious to know what extra hour. I don't know enough about it.
There's always, we have this discussion. We've had this discussion over the years that in fact, while we'll cut off the noise coming from the building at 1 o'clock, there's another hour where people are being dispersed. There's even background music while people are leaving the building, those types of things. That happens for a good hour after, and it's been discussed around this table. I don't know if it's in writing somewhere, but it's certainly been discussed around this table about those time frames. And again, dispersing people out, they don't just disappear after 1 o'clock. So just look at the picnic tables in the river.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, just quick follow-up to that. 2 or 3 times, Councilor Nishikawa mentioned we have a lousy management of people. People come out and disperse and carry on. And I'm not 100% sure I understand how that relates back to the key and how much of it is our inability, either through the OPP or otherwise, to control the crowd. It seems to me that maybe we need to step up policing, step up patrolling to minimize the post-music impact of all of these people partying along in the streets, rather than focus on curtailment of the hours of the music itself.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I did have formal conversations with the OPP about this. They had indicated that, especially last year, and he used the term 200 hours. Specifically to this, I had thought that the 200 hours meant 200 spent in our municipality, but apparently he's specifically saying that it was about the key. But in fact, it's not addressing the issue. It does not address the issue. And so I don't know, quite frankly, that our municipality can do anything other than be respectful and ask for the hours to stop at midnight. Like, get a little bit of a handle on some of the time frame. We don't send our bylaw officers out there. We say we can't do that. We used to send a bylaw officer out to the key. We don't do that any longer. And that didn't even work out well either. I'm just saying, but so I don't know that there's something that we can do, but manage the operation hours. So again, there's people that live right next door to this facility that are operating their businesses as well. And we need to be more respectful for the whole community, the whole town. It is a residential town. It's not just commercial.
Ms. Miners?
I just wanted to maybe provide a little bit of clarification when it comes to the noise bylaw. The noise bylaw isn't necessarily regulating the operation of hours for these businesses. It's just certain types of sound sources such as speakers, sound systems, people talking and such. But once those people leave that establishment and they become, they're standing on public property, for example, the onus isn't necessarily on the business anymore for controlling those people. They're on public property. So it really becomes a policing, similar to what Mayor Kelly said, a policing issue or a public nuisance type of issue. And I don't think that this noise bylaw would be able to address that type of concern.
Councilor Nishikawa?
Again, I go back to the hours that were listed for the key under this bylaw. That is what I'm trying to address, is that time frame that we're allowing them. I'd like to reduce that back an hour. That is within our ability to do. We're not telling them how to operate their business, but they do need to live within our noise bylaw. And I'm suggesting that the noise bylaw be reduced back from 1 to 12.
Ms. Miner, just for clarification, could you summarize for committee what those numbers currently are in the draft bylaw, the hours of operation for the key?
Yeah, so essentially, the hours are getting reduced back to 11 p.m. From Tuesday to Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday night, it is getting reduced from 1:30 a.m. to 1 o'clock a.m.
So it's half hour early on the 4 nights surrounding the weekend, and how much earlier on the weekdays?
From 1 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Oh, I
So
see.
that much earlier.
So the proposed draft bylaw does shorten the time, not by an hour on the weekends, but by half an hour.
If I can't explain clearly enough the nuisance, like half an hour at that time, we're still after 1 o'clock. We're still looking at people at 2 o'clock in the morning being in town. And you're right, we can't, how do we do that? We don't, right? It's the police, and we've heard that they're doing enough. And I don't think we're doing enough by reducing it half an hour. And I honestly, I'm starting to get the feeling that people don't have an understanding of what it is like to live in that community. And perhaps we do need to hear from the public. We have heard from the public for years. The public have been coming here and talking about this, and we just keep ignoring it. And so half an hour is not doing the thing, but apparently I'm just the only.
Councilor Nishikawa, what would you like to see it? And do you want to propose a resolution?
Midnight.
All right. Councillor Zavitz, you have your hand up?
I do. Thank you very much. Not to be argumentative, but I mean, the key's been there for all the years that it has. And I know that the key themselves has their own mini security piece that they provide, to the mayor's earlier point, which I think was that he made a really good one. The OPP's involved. It is what it is, and it is where it is, and it's been there for so many years. And that's not necessarily to say that that's okay, but I think that to actually change a time, so maybe I'm okay with 1 o'clock, but to take it to 12 makes absolutely no sense to me. And I can tell you, this is not over. So I mean, even to put a resolution forward, I certainly, or amendment, I certainly would not be in support of that until the public speaks first. You know, that's kind of an orthodox chair and through you, but to change it from 1:30 to 12 completely changes a business model in Bala that's been there since, I don't know, 42, 43, when my parents went there. So, you know, this is a big deal. So I would respectfully ask that perhaps we do not put forward a motion on this particular piece and let it go to the public and let the public comment, because they will. They're commenting right now as I'm talking to you about it. Thank you.
Councillor Nishikawa has put forward a motion to change it to midnight. Is there anybody around the table who would support that as a seconder? Seeing none.
It's,
Yeah.
it's 1:30,
Sorry,
we're
Kent?
moving to 12:30. No,
1 to
1:30 to
1 to 12.
and you want to go an hour and a half then from 1:30 to 12.
Ms. Miners, could you just say that again, what it was and what it's moving to on the weekends for the key? Or
Yes.
what it is to the proposal, sorry.
Yeah, so right now the regulation, it's 1:30 a.m. and it's for every night of the week. The new bylaw is proposing to have it reduced back to 11 p.m. on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night, and then Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and Monday night. It's proposed to move it from 1:30 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
So my comment was, I would support a 1 hour reduction. You're doing 2 hours during the week. But I wouldn't support an hour and a half, which is what Councillor Nishikawa is suggesting.
Mayor Kelly and then Councillor Berry.
Thank you, and through you. Since I didn't see a seconder, I assume we're not going to be making the amendment. I realize it may not be 100% on point, but it may be useful to pass a resolution. I don't know if we've ever done this at this level or at council to require or request that the OPP step up or put together a better plan to manage the crowds post-concert. And I would, I sit on the OPP Services Board. I'll be happy to take it to the Detachment Commander Beebe and engage with him. It might solve many of the issues that I'm hearing from Councillor Nishikawa, which frankly relate to what happens when the concert's over and everybody goes outside.
Councillor Berry.
Thank you. I actually support the mayor on that, but my view is there's a fairly significant change in what's being proposed by Ms. Miner and by staff. I think we're going to get some feedback from that, and I'm a data collector. I like to make decisions based on data, and I think we're going to get some good data. I do recognize that there are issues, and I've heard it from neighbors of the key. You know, one had to buy property in a back lot so that they're not there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's not fair. But I'd really like to understand how big the problem is, and can it be solved with the OPP? Can it be solved with security? Like, where are we having the problems, and how can we best deal with it? Recognizing, as Councillor Zavitz has said, it's been there since the 30s.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, I was somewhat on the same thinking here, that this is a longstanding use. And it sounds to me like staff have already made some appropriate changes. It sounds like with consultation with the business owner or maybe some other surrounding businesses. I think given the way this process is unfolding, it's going to go out to the public. We'll hear more, and that gives anybody who feels very strongly about some of the other thoughts coming, time changing, to come back with that feedback, and then we can make decisions. So I support the way staff has it today. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly, on your suggestion on the OPP, do you want to do something on that now, or is that something, we've got quite a few more steps on this process?
We do. The only thing I'm thinking is, and through you, is that if we intend to get any kind of improved security this summer, this body can pass a resolution, which I think I proposed, a motion, and ratify it at council in April and give a month or two for OPP to figure out how to do what we're asking them to do, and undoubtedly how to bill for it.
Okay, so that was a motion?
It
Okay.
was.
All right.
It was.
And who would second that? Do I have a seconder on that? Ms. Kent. Councillor Kent, we'll need a few minutes on that. Councillor Nishikawa.
I just wanted to comment on the last comment that the mayor had made about who's going to pay for the billing. We used to have to pay $70,000 more than any other municipality to get the policing at the key. And that, can't remember which director that was under, the OPP director at that time. But and in fact, I was at a district meeting where he said, I don't know why you guys are paying extra. So I'm just putting that out there. We should not be paying extra for anything from the OPP.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. This is just a process question. I think we're currently supposed to be focused on a draft noise bylaw, and I'm just wondering if the proposal that is being put forward to go to the OPP could be handled under new business, because it feels like it. I don't know that it's connected. I feel like what we want to focus on currently is our draft noise bylaw, but.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, for what it's worth. I have another appointment at 2 o'clock that'll take me out of here for half an hour. So if someone else is willing to make the motion, then that's fine.
Councillor Mazin. You have to be out of here by 2, did you say?
I'll be back. Stairs.
I think this is the last item. Is there right now is the draft noise bylaw. So if we complete it the way it is, then I think we'd naturally just go right into it. I just was focusing on what's before us. What you've read is about the draft noise bylaw, and I just didn't want to muddy those waters.
Yeah.
Thanks.
While we're waiting, I could just like to point out that the township currently pays about $7 million for OPP. That's our share of the district allocation for OPP, $7 million.
Just a point of order. I think we're still talking about the noise bylaw right now, and I really think it's important that we focus on this. I'm just mindful of the time. We've got people in the audience. I'd like to finish on the noise bylaw and then move into that. Thank you.
Anything else on this agenda? All right, so this is essentially our last item on the agenda. Let's see if we can wrap this up before 2 o'clock for the mayor.
Predicts this in new business at the next meeting, which is starting in 10 minutes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You can just give us a bit more space. You should be.
So I've already read this, I think. All right, so the clerk is suggesting that we will take the resolution that Mayor Kelly has to our next meeting, which is supposedly it started at 1 o'clock. And then we will, so we have read the resolution. There's no more resolutions coming out on this one. All those in favor, the resolution is unchanged. So all those in favor? Would you want me to read the resolution again? Sorry.
Is the resolution as amended?
No, yeah. Read the resolution again. It's the main motion. The people have forgotten what that one says. You could, it's again. It says.
This is the original.
Yeah, you did read that.
I did. Where's the amended one? I'm losing track here. All right, okay. We've already passed an amendment that changed 6 o'clock AM to 7 AM. So now I'm calling this one as amended.
Yeah, pass the main motion.
So I'm passing the main, does everybody agree with passing the main motion as amended? Please show your hands. Call the question rather? Yep. Call the question. Any opposed? Okay, that is carried as well.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
All right, so our next resolution is finish this meeting, right? Right.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to finish. But I need, where's the resolution? Give us a moment. We're gonna do this one first, right? We decide we move this one up, right? And then which one was it? This one? Which one did Caitlin have to be here?
So this one was Caitlin's.
Yeah, this one's first. Because it's right after the delegates, right? All right, committee, here's the resolution. March 12th, 2026, moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the regular and joint planning committee meeting adjourn at 1:37 p.m. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You just give it a couple of minutes to regroup here, but only a couple of minutes.
Sorry, Cheryl, I'm also sending. Thing.
All right, committee. I'm calling to order this meeting at 1:41 p.m. Confirm that we have quorum. All members are present, with one being via Zoom. We also have the CAO, Deputy Clerk, Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability, and other members of staff here. Do we have any pecuniary interest on any of the cases in front of us today? Okay, seeing none. We don't have a supplemental agenda. And there's no supplemental agenda. I am going to accommodate to make the meeting flow better and to accommodate one of the staff requirements on timing. We're going to do the Hesner Lake application first. But before we do that, and that's so that we have the application right after the delegates. We have 3 delegates with respect to this plan report 2026-037. And Bev Wicks is the first one. Daniella, McDonald, and Dirk Janas are the 3 delegates on this. So if we could have Bev Wicks. Miss Wicks. You can make sure their mic is on and.
Is it on?
Say something again.
Hello, hello? Yeah, it's on.
On. Okay, good. If you can start with their name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name's Bev Wicks. I'm a senior ecologist with RiverStone Environmental in Bracebridge. 47 Quebec Street is the address for our office building. I was asked by the Hesner Lake Residents Association to review at a high level or complete a peer review of the environmental work that was completed for this application. I submitted a peer review to the residents, and they had requested that I come out and speak to that peer review today, again at a high level. The environmental impact study for this application was completed by SLR, and I've reviewed both the original and the addendum report that was provided. I just want to note that I didn't review the recreational carrying capacity for the lake, and I also did not review any of the previous decisions that resulted in the zoning that exists on these properties currently. So I just want to go over quickly the high-level points about my concerns relating to the environmental impact study or the work that was completed. The lake itself is surrounded, in my opinion, for the most part by wetlands. It's a shallow lake. The Muskoka official plan addresses wetlands as well as the township official plan. We're not permitted to develop in non-provincially significant wetlands unless the EIS demonstrates that there's no negative impacts. And until you identify those wetlands properly, it's not possible to determine if there's going to be impacts. So it's my opinion that the shoreline of the lake itself constitutes a wetland under the Ontario Wetland Evaluation System. So that needs to be considered in this application. SLR unfortunately didn't provide the aquatic transect data in the report, so I could not review that. So there might be additional information that's available. And based on the information that was provided, I don't think that Lot 4 has an appropriate docking location. I don't think that the docking location that's provided at location 1 and 2, based on air imagery and some drone footage that was provided by the Lake Association, suggests that those docking locations are appropriate. It's a very narrow area and it's a watercourse outlet. The other thing I would like to comment on about wetlands, so wetlands not only are wetlands, but they also support fish habitat, type 1 fish habitat. when you create severances in wetland or type 1 fish habitat and you allow docks, the recreational use in these wetlands will actually have a negative impact. You will stir up the sediments, you will tear up the aquatic vegetation that's there. So that needs to be addressed in terms of the amount of development that's proposed on this lake. And it's quite a small lake. The next aspect that I'd like to speak to, this is a fairly large severance on a small lake. A typical environmental impact study, according to the policy, would require an assessment of significant wildlife habitat. We're creating more than 3 lots here. Significant wildlife habitat was not really addressed in the reports. So I'm just going to go through a few of the examples that I flagged as concerns with the application. SLR used the GeoHub mapping, habitat mapping, which is a really coarse level tool. And field work should be completed according to the Ecoregion Schedule 5E to make sure that we do not have significant wildlife habitat, and if it's identified, that it is properly protected or mitigated. So just based on significant wildlife habitat, and I'll go through a couple of the higher level concerns, proper field surveys should be completed. There was only a winter site visit and 1 July site visit completed for this property to assess the significant wildlife habitat. So the next slide talks about amphibian breeding. There's wetlands on the site. These wetlands have been identified outside of the lake, so on the subject property, in order to determine if we have significant wildlife habitat there, as well in the wetlands, as well as the forest habitat that's associated with that. Proper surveys would involve 3 calling surveys in the proper season. This was not completed. So that relates to the amphibians. The next would be the breeding birds. Again, there's a whole bunch of categories of breeding birds that are significant wildlife habitat, as well as special concern species and potentially endangered and threatened species. A single survey was completed in July 2nd, and there were transect surveys. So I'm not sure that that's appropriate or sufficient for this property. So 2 additional breeding bird surveys should be completed. The next category, if we go to the next slide, is the bat maternity colonies and endangered bats. So there's a proper protocol that we're supposed to follow. Snag assessment. If you have greater than 10 hectares or 10 snags per hectare, we would expect that these such studies were done properly. And if there is the correct number of snags, we would do acoustic monitoring to determine if there's habitat there.
We're past the 5 minutes now. If you could wrap it up for us.
Okay, so just the last comment that I would make is that the Massasauga rattlesnake were found on site in a single survey. Proper studies were not completed. 5 surveys done each of 2 years should be completed, and proper mitigation should be provided. So in my opinion, insufficient work has been completed for this application from a natural environment perspective. It needs to be completed in order to determine no negative impact.
Thank you very much. Committee, do we have any questions of Ms. Wicks? Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm challenged, and I'm going to actually bring this up later on, but I find it difficult when we have someone speaking that's bringing relevant scientific information that we cut them off. And I felt like there might be some more information I'd like to hear from her, and I'm just finding it challenging reading this report and not being part of the discussion.
You're free to ask questions for more information if you'd like.
That would be assuming that I'm a scientist and I'm actually no, I was mostly here to listen and learn, to hear from an expert.
Ms. Wicks, did you cover most of your material? Did you get through to your satisfaction?
I went through it as quickly as I could in the 5 minutes. I think my main key point here was that in a single site visit, Massasauga rattlesnake were identified, and the proper surveys were not completed to determine where the hibernation habitat is, where the gestation habitat is, and the mitigation measures that were put forward do not match what the Ministry of Natural Resources has put out in terms of their recommendations in terms of protecting habitat. So in the absence of having the correct work done, the mitigation measures in my mind are not appropriate. And the severances, the lot lines and the lots that are created don't support development the way they're shown right now. There's too many constraints on the lots. So I think that was sort of the final point that I didn't get to emphasize.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Any other questions from committee? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, sir, Chair, and through you. Hello, Bev, and thank you very much for that report. I guess my thought would be, we very specifically in the staff report, there was no, there was an indication that we did not seek a peer review, and yet here some concerned people are asking for a peer review of which you've provided. What in your obviously extensive business acumen creates a situation like this where a municipality doesn't see fit to do a peer review?
That's a loaded question. I'm not sure how to answer this. The whole process of developing a scope of work, developing a terms of reference, having discussions about what's required to support an application is a little bit nebulous. And so sometimes the reports that come in may be scoped or have too little scope. The decision to complete a peer review, I think, is at the discretion of the municipality. I don't know what triggers the need for a peer review. I am a peer reviewer, so I never know what sort of has triggered that decision. So I'm not sure I have a good answer for you in terms of how we get to the point we are when there's concerns that have been raised.
Thank you. Chair, may I have a supplemental?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I guess to that point, Ms. Wicks, is that I will also be asking staff that same question in a short while. Thank you.
All right, committee. Any more questions? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, to Ms. Wicks through the chair. When you did your site visit, I believe there was a little water course that either comes in or leaves there. Was it artificially dammed? I did see an email that said that the water is rising, that somebody had blocked the exit to that. Did you see that at the time?
Ms. Wicks?
So in answer to that question, I actually didn't do a site visit.
Okay.
And I was retained to do sort of a higher level peer review.
Okay.
So if municipality had have requested a peer review on this property, you may have had the peer reviewer complete a site visit, but in this case, I did not complete a site visit. I have some drone footage, but that's not sufficient to answer that question.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Wicks. Our next delegation is Daniella McDonald. Ms. McDonald, you were speaking on behalf of the Battaglini family,
Battaglini.
right? And if you could give us your name and address,
Yes.
then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Daniella McDonald from 34 Cossar Drive in Aurora. I am George and Carol Battaglini's daughter, and I'm speaking on their behalf. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the continued diligence between us and the town staff over the last year. In conjunction with the recommendations report, we have reviewed the content of the staff recommendations report, and we are in agreement with the staff recommendations that you have brought forward. We have provided the township staff with all required documentations and supporting justifications. We look forward to our continued cordial working relationship with the township staff as we continue to move forward to the next stages of this approval process. Thank you. That's all.
Any questions from committee? Thank you very much then. Our final delegate is Dirk Janas. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Welcome. You have name, address, and 5 minutes, please.
Yes, for sure. My name is Dirk Janas, and my address is 1131 Kirkline East in Bracebridge, P1L0A1. And I'll just speak briefly. So I'm an environmental consultant with SLR Consulting, and completed the work on behalf of the landowners for this property. And my role for this was as a principal ecologist to oversee and review our report and also consult with and dialogue with the township staff. So we did meet with them a number of times and also did discuss the scope of the project. The work was completed initially last year in April of 2025 as an initial submission. And within that report, we acknowledged that we needed to do further field work, which we did in July of 2025. And so in terms of some of the questions earlier about peer reviewing and whatnot, so I live in Bracebridge, been doing environmental consulting for about 20 years up here, both public and private. And the thing about scoping the work, there's a number of things that come into that consideration in terms of the size of the project, the complexity on site, as well as, for example, the district does have terms of reference. So we did look at those and also consulted with the township. And then also, you know, in terms of the project, what was on site, we felt the level of effort, which included 2 people being out in April and another 2 people, both ecologist, aquatic and terrestrial ecologist, in July of last year. And we felt we've collected enough data to inform the EIS that came to the conclusions for this proposed application. And so in reviewing the staff's recommendations for conditions on the project, I think it's an accurate reflection of what we had for mitigation and protection measures within summarized from our EIS report. And so the matters that were raised regarding significant wildlife habitat, species at risk, so we feel confident that how we've surveyed for those, identified those features, and provided mitigation and protection measures are consistent with requirements, and that those are accurately reflected in staff's report. Those are all my comments, but I'm happy to ask any or respond to any questions.
Committee, do we have any questions of the delegate? Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you, I'm not sure that the question goes to the delegate or it's a question to you, and maybe staff could answer it, but I just have noted the number of times that the recreational carrying capacity was brought up. And I guess there could be a question, had the delegate or the speakers looked at that, or was that within his scope?
Can we hold that question for Ms. Crowder when she gives her report? Oh, you'd like it? All right.
So if you want to maybe just repeat a specific question, please.
Did recreational carrying capacity, was that ever part of your report?
That was not specifically within the scope of our report. And my understanding is that at the district level, the policies regarding that have changed.
Committee, any other questions from the delegate? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Right, Ms. Crowder, I think this is for you.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. Just wait for the presentation to get queued up here. So the next applications to be heard today are consent applications B25 through 33/25ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 28/25. The subject lands are known municipally as 1016 Eljo Lane, and one of the parcels does not have a municipally assigned address. As committee may recall, these applications were previously deferred by Planning Committee so that public and agency comments could be received, and directed that staff review these submissions and return with a recommendation to committee. Additionally, as part of the deferral, the committee requested the revised application materials to address the recommendations made within the scoped EIS and addendum prepared by SLR Consulting, dated April 17th, 2025 and July 29th, 2025, respectively, as described in the body of the original staff report. Staff have now had time to review the submitted comments, and the applicant has provided updated materials which address the recommendations made within the environmental studies. Accordingly, they have requested that the applications return to committee today. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the revised consent sketch on page 127 of the agenda package. A total of 9 consent applications, B25 through 33, have been submitted. The purpose and effect of these applications is to create 4 new waterfront residential lots and to grant rights of way over the proposed new lots. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the revised zoning sketch on page 126 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the submitted zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the lands in the ownership of 693170 Ontario Limited, which is the lot on the east, from open space private OS2 to waterfront residential no constraints WR1 and environmental protection EP1. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is also to implement the recommendations made within the submitted scoped environmental impact study and addendum. Next slide, please. Comments received from public commenting agencies and departments state no concerns with the applications as detailed at the previous meeting. Also detailed at the previous meeting, there were 34 letters of opposition received in response to the applications. These letters express concerns surrounding several different themes, including a historic planning approval, recreational carrying capacity, environmental constraints, preserving lake character, and overdevelopment. The staff report before committee addresses these comments in detail. However, I will provide a summary here today. Next slide, please. The subject lands indicated with the star on the screen have a site-specific bylaw associated with them, known as Bylaw 2003-188. This bylaw is the result of consent application B10303 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 7903 in the names of Nesbitt, which were approved in 2004 to permit the transfer of development rights from the lot indicated with the star to create a new lot on the north side of the lake. The lot from which development rights were transferred from is the lot proposed to be severed and rezoned through the applications today. Bylaw 2003-188 rezoned the lands from waterfront residential WR4 to open space private OS2, includes an exemption which stipulates that the only permitted use on the lands shall be conservation, and includes maximum dock length and width restrictions of 32 feet and 8 feet respectively. At the time of the 2003 applications, the District of Muskoka was operating under a different water quality monitoring model, which classified Hesners Lake as at capacity in terms of water quality. The historical WR4 zone is indicative of that status. At that time, the District of Muskoka confirmed that the subject lands were counted as 2 lots in the water quality model and that a transfer for development rights had been done before on lakes at capacity. On this basis, the district was supportive of the applications, as were township staff. The water quality model has since changed since these 2003 applications, and the district no longer classifies lakes as at capacity. Instead, lakes are added to Schedule E2 of the Muskoka official plan if they have experienced a water quality indicator. Hesners Lake is not included on this schedule of the Muskoka official plan, which lists lakes that are considered to be vulnerable. Next slide, please. Hesners Lake is listed within Table D of the Township's 2023 official plan as a water body that exceeds recreational carrying capacity. Recreational carrying capacity is defined as an estimate of the number of property owners and watercraft that can utilize the surface of a lake, bay, or river while still enjoying the amenity provided by the water body. Recreational carrying capacity is a measure of social carrying capacity rather than environmental capacity, and is therefore intended to augment the lake system health policies of the Township's 2023 official plan. Section E7F of the Township's 2023 official plan states that the creation of new lots is not permitted on a water body listed in this section that exceeds RCC, or recreational carrying capacity. However, Section E7 is under appeal and was at the time that the applications were submitted. Following the clergy principle, applications shall be compared against the policy set in full force and effect at the time the applications are made. Therefore, staff's analysis does not consider RCC policies of the 2023 official plan. Next slide, please. As detailed in the staff report, the submitted EIS and addendum note a number of environmental features on the subject lands, such as a watercourse, rattlesnake habitat, type 1 fish habitat, potential habitat for species at risk, and wetlands. The consultants recommend a number of measures to ensure the protection of these features and their ecological functions. Since the time of deferral, updated materials have been provided, which seeks to implement the recommendations made within these studies. Staff would note that as part of these recommendations, the first 65.6 feet along the entirety of the shoreline will be zoned environmental protection EP1, and the proposed lots will be permitted quite restricted dock envelopes, among other matters. Staff acknowledged that a peer review of the submitted environmental documents was commissioned by some of the residents around the lake. Staff would note that staff did not initiate the peer review of the EIS. The submitted EIS and addendum by SLR Consulting appears to align with the District of Muskoka's EIS terms of reference, which this committee endorsed. Additionally, staff review many applications and have seen many environmental impact assessments, and the submitted EIS and addendum include very restrictive conditions, which will have significant impacts on the extent of development that will be permitted to occur. Due to these reasons, staff did not see fit to initiate the peer review process at the time that the applications were received. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that consent applications B25 through 33 be approved, subject to several standard conditions of consent, that a satisfactory site plan agreement and consent agreements be entered into, and that the required zoning be approved. Staff further recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2825 be approved, subject to a number of proposed revisions to the draft bylaw to implement the recommendations of the scoped EIS and addendum, and that the lands and development be made subject to site plan control. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Sorry. Committee, over to you to questions. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. Just a point of clarity, I do believe I heard from Ms. Wicks earlier that she didn't feel that, I think it was lot 4, it wasn't appropriate to have a dock. I think that's what I heard her say. And I just wanted to confirm, there's a lot of detail in this. Does that lot allow for a dock, or is that under consideration?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Mazan, based on the environmental documents that have been provided, there are certain transects that they have deemed appropriate for dock development, and lot 4 does not fall within these transects. So it's staff's understanding that a dock would not be permitted to be constructed abutting that property.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Ms.
just a second question,
Councillor
if I
Mazin.
could, and again, it's just intended more for clarity. The peer review, I think you just explained at the end that you are currently satisfied with the information that you have before you, that you didn't feel that it was necessary at this point.
Ms.
I was
Crowder.
trying to read it in the report at the same time, but just clarity on that would be helpful.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Mazan. At the time the applications were received, there's policy in the official plan that states that staff must require an EIS when it comes to certain types of development, and if there's certain indicators on the lands, which is what we did. We indicated that an EIS would be required. And then there's further policy in the official plan that states that a peer review may be commissioned if staff see fit. In this case, we evaluated the proposal, and once receiving the EIS, it has quite restrictive permissions, which I am not an ecologist, but I have read hundreds of EISs over my time here, and I don't know that I've actually seen one this restrictive. So, and we also compared it against the terms of reference that the district has put forward. And for those reasons, we didn't think that a peer review was required. However, the lake residents have commissioned their own peer review, and so we wouldn't ignore those findings. But those are the reasons that we didn't commission our own peer review.
Councillor Kent. And then Councillor Zavitz.
You and through you, for Emily. Emily, when I look at the picture of the sites, and you look at the corridor that you've put along the waterfront, what concerns me is that's like an environmental corridor, but you're allowing people to put docks on the other side. I don't understand what that's gonna do, because it's gonna be tromped across to get to the water on a regular basis anyway. And what was the intention for that, and particularly if you're allowing docks to be there in most of the locations?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. Under the current zoning bylaw for waterfront residential properties, there are actually quite a number of buildings and structures that are permitted within that required 66-foot front yard setback. So you could have gazebos, you could have, privies, you could have sauna, I believe. There's a number of buildings and structures. In an EP1 zone, those are not permitted. The only thing that's permitted in EP1 zone is a boardwalk that has to be a certain width at maximum and has to meander through existing trees and such. So the ultimate impact to the vegetation in that area could be significantly less for a property EP1 versus a waterfront residential zone.
Councillor Kent.
I'm just so I understand that area you said, is it 66 feet?
Yes.
Deep? Okay.
Through you.
And why the docks are still allowed though?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. Based on my read of the EIS, the docks are fairly limited in the envelope of the lake bed that they're allowed to occupy. So there's a number put in the staff report, the recommendation, just sorry, just bear with me one second.
It's not important, so.
Anyway, it limits the envelope that the docks could occupy on the lake bed. And I think that based on my read of the EIS, they avoid the areas that are significant fish habitat and are delegated more to the areas that have been deemed as less significant. Further to that, there's been a prohibition on boathouse development for these lots, which otherwise would be permitted as of right.
Are there any on the lake? I don't think there are any boathouses on the lake.
Ms. Crowder.
Well,
I'm pretty sure, let me confirm, sorry if you give me one second. But
Councillor Kent.
Okay, so Hesners. See category 2. Through you, Chair. Single-story boathouses are permitted on category 2 lakes, which is what this is. So a single-story boathouse is permitted as of right on these properties that abut waterfront residential zones. And through this application, they're seeking to not permit such.
Ms. Crowder, could you remind us the size of these docks?
Yes, if I could find the number. Okay, yes. So there's a revision proposed in the bylaw that stipulates that the maximum footprint of a dock on the lake bed would be 161 square feet. Now that is the envelope that directly touches the lake bed. And then further in the EIS, there's another recommendation on what the overall size of a potential dock could be, like the surface area of the dock. Believe it's around 500 square feet, but I could pull up the exact value.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. I guess my two questions, if I may, sir, with your indulgence, have to do with peace of mind for our taxpaying constituents who currently are on that lake and have been for many, many years. My first question would be not so much around the peer review question that I said I would pose earlier, but more to the point of, I heard Emily just say that she would be taking into account the peer review that the cottagers in fact engaged in. So I'd be interested in hearing how she might incorporate and or take into account, that commentary. I think it's odd and incredibly fortuitous that they'd find a rattlesnake at the exact time they're doing a study on rattlesnakes. So that's, to me, is a bit interesting. The second question would be, I think as it relates to the report, which was an excellent report, and I know this project has been going on for some time. Can I have any assurance that every single reference that is made in the staff report that says, should committee request, we can do this or that or the other thing? How would I know that all of those things have been taken into account? And Emily will know what I'm talking about. She'll write in her presentation, should staff require, site plan this or whatever, then we could ask that question. Should I have listed all those things that she's itemized, or are they already built into this?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Zavitz. Anytime you see in the staff report, should committee be considering approval of the applications, staff would recommend following, pardon me, it's already built into our recommendation. So every item there is already put into our recommendation at the top. So no need to keep a list, though you're certainly welcome to check my work. But yeah, those items are already built in there. Further to the first question, it's fully this committee's right to request that the peer review document be addressed. It hasn't been to date, seeing as it's a bit of a different process. Usually it's the township staff that have requested a peer review, and then the township peer reviewer and the proponent environmental professional work together. Bit different in this case, since it's the lake residents who have taken it upon themselves to hire a professional consultant. But if this committee wishes, they could pass a resolution today that the peer review be addressed by the proponents, and that those matters be worked out. Staff haven't necessarily recommended that today, but I also would say we're not opposed to it. We didn't recommend it today because the submitted EIS and addendum follow the district's term of reference. They address the items that we say need to be addressed. But again, that decision is up to committee.
With your indulgence, Chair, could I have a supplemental?
Oh, I'm sorry, I had my mic off. We'll give you the supplemental and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. So to that end, and with exactly what Ms. Crowder has just said, I mean, I would certainly put a motion forward to that effect to take into account the peer review. But again, what does that do to our original motion? Does that mean a deferral now instead of an approval? So I just wondered what the dynamics of that, but I certainly would put forward a motion to that effect to take into account the peer review of RiverStone and, meld that into our latest position.
Councillor Zavitz, we'll do that after we've read the resolution, if we could hold on until then. Councillor Nishikawa, you had another question?
My question would be through you to Emily. I had heard through the community's ecologist that there were challenges on not just lot 4, but 1 and 2 for the fish habitat. And I wondered if you had recognized that, as well as like basically, I believe that what she said that they were not, it's not good to have a dock there. But I also wondered if the municipality would be taking an inventory of what this shore would look like if this was all approved. And at whatever that date is that they get their approval or whatever, so that in fact, when gardens appear and different types of man-made creations on that EP zone, is that a way that we can protect that EP zone?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, as Councillor Nishikawa, I'll answer your second question first and then go back to the first. These lots, as recommended in the report, would be subject to site plan control. And through the site plan control process, we can require tree inventories as part of those agreements. And the inventories would take an inventory of all existing vegetation within that front yard area. And it essentially would form a schedule to the agreement, which would then be registered on title. This is helpful in the event that something were to happen and maybe a future owner were to remove some trees in that area. We can refer back to those plans that are registered on title and use it as an enforcement tool, and further require that those trees be put back in its place. So it's something we're using much more often in the site plan control process to help combat those potential issues from happening. And it's certainly something that we could utilize here. Your first question about available dock envelopes, it sounds like there might be some conflicting opinions between the environmental consultants. We have the EIS in front of us. I'm looking at the transects that SLR says are available for dock development. It certainly is limited on the retained lot. On the western side, they only show 2 possible dock envelopes there. And then on lot number 1, they show a number of available dock locations, but it sounds like maybe that's not the opinion of Ms. Wicks from RiverStone. So if the committee were to want the peer review addressed, the consultants would work amongst themselves to hopefully come to agreement on where a suitable dock location would be, if there's a suitable dock location.
Committee, I think, allow me to read the resolution.
So there are 3 very lengthy resolutions.
Are they? Give me a moment, please.
Like those are the resolutions, that's what this is. So I think I put the little one of them, and then what's is that okay. I know, yes. So read, on my opinion, here, just read one. Right now. Well, they're not all the same. If you want to do it pretty fast, then we'll go on. If they want to amend that, but this one of these other options or something.
Right, committee. We have the potential to have an amending motion that would ask staff to consider this second environmental study. To get there, I'm going to read one of the numerous motions. And it's long. The reason we're fussing with this because these are, they look like this. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that consent application B2526/25ML be approved subject to the following conditions: that the certificate of consent under section 53(42) of the Planning Act, along with a transfer preparation, be prepared by a solicitor and shall be given to the Secretary Treasurer within 2 years from the date the notice of decision was given. 2, that one hard copy and a digital copy of a registered reference plan and the severed lot/right-of-way/easements prepared by an Ontario land surveyor be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer, which corresponds with the applications as submitted. A draft copy of the reference plan shall be provided to the Secretary Treasurer for review and approval prior to registration on title. 3, the cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of newly created vacant lots or the entire lands, whichever is less. 4, the confirmation be received that the existing dock location located on severed lot number 2 of consent application B2625/ML be located 30 feet or greater from the easterly side lot projection into the high water mark at the closest point, or that it be removed or relocated in compliance with the township zoning standards, or that zoning relief be approved to permit the dock to be located within the required 20-foot, within the required 30-foot side yard setback. 5, the zoning relief be approved to facilitate the proposed lot creations and to implement the recommendations made by the scoped environmental impact study and addendum prepared by SLR Consulting and dated April 17th, 2025 and July 29th, 2025 respectively. That the retained and severed lots be required to obtain site plan approval, and that a satisfactory site plan agreement be entered into and registered on title along with securities for matters including, but not limited to, implementation of the recommendations made within the scoped EIS and addendum prepared by SLR and dated April 17th and July 29th, 2025, respectively, and implementation of section L6.6.2 of the Township's 2023 official plan as detailed in staff report plan 2026-037. And 7, that the owners enter a satisfactory consent agreement with the township pursuant to section 51(26) of the Planning Act. Said agreement shall be registered against the title of the lands and shall contain provisions to the satisfaction of the township whereby the owner agrees to implement all the recommendations made within the scoped EIS and addendum prepared by SLR and dated April 17th, 2025 and July 29th, 2025 respectively. All right, so we've got that. The others, and let's deal with the issue on whether we would like our staff to consider the neighborhood's environmental study. So that's what Councillor Nishikawa.
What I had heard, sorry, through you, what I had heard through that reading was that it did not encompass some of the issues that were brought out by the other report, Ms. Wicks' report. Again, highlighting Doc 4, 1, and 2. We had a mention about 2, but I didn't actually even give me an indication of where we were going with that. So I would hope that we were going to have a review of what Ms. Wicks' document was, and in fact, a very close review.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just to address Councillor Nishikawa's comment, I believe the intent was to read the first of 3 resolutions so that if this committee decided that they wanted to go in the direction of having the peer review addressed, you could then amend the resolution to put that in rather than have the chair read all 3 of the resolutions. But I did just want to address that a lot of the environmental considerations of the initial environmental documents are revisions to the bylaw resolution. So they weren't read just now. Okay, thank you. Through you.
So committee, we have the proposal for a resolution, and I can't remember, was it Councillor Nishikawa moved it? Do we have a seconder? We didn't find out whether we had a seconder or not. So, Councillor Edwards. Oh, Zavitz. I think Councillor Zavitz had his hand up first.
Well, yeah,
So-
certainly. I was the one that moved it.
Oh, you were the one. I'm sorry, losing track here.
A second, because I do think there was.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Do I have that right? But all right, give us a moment while we prepare that resolution. Councillor Mazin.
Just, I think because the fatigue, I think it's probably a good idea to have a quick break. I can sense it for all of us. I just want clarity that you've read the first resolution, the longer one.
Yes.
What's two members are putting forward a motion to consider the peer-reviewed EIS and any considerations within it to be included in this. Is that correct? And that's what we'd be voting on before we move into the next 2.
Yeah.
I just wanted clarity. I think it's helpful for all of us to understand. Okay, thank you.
Can you substitute that with this? Is that appropriate? Okay.
Yes, let's take a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I just amended it a little bit.
All right, committee, we have a proposed resolution here. We all ready? Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that the resolution be substituted with.
Pardon me, Chair. I'm sorry. It sounds like we don't have sound on the Zoom.
Oh, thank you. Do we have it now? Councillor Zavitz, can you hear us? Yeah. Hmm.
That's his mic.
Oh, thank you. Do we have it now? Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
That sounds like the YouTube.
Yeah.
He's got YouTube on.
Oh, thank you. Do we have it now? Can you hear us now? Can you hear us? Hello?
That sounds like the YouTube.
Yeah.
Hello, Glenn?
Hello, Glenn.
What? Yeah. Well, you're gonna be glad. Yeah, this kid was out. She's like, I give you no money. So she's saying. Look, my kid. Roll it off. Built it up and made it. Oh, sediment things. Yeah, I was planning.
Testing?
Councillor Zavitz, can you hear us? No. Why did he hang up so early? What are we gonna do? So.
You're not on there. No, you're not. It's not YouTube because I can hear you. But I heard them just say, why do you hang up?
That's speaking now.
They did something.
Testing?
This is stupid. I can't.
Councillor, can you hear us? Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can right now.
Oh, you can hear? Okay, good.
Just came back. Thank you. Sorry about that. I don't know.
Well, we don't know where, it's just a bug that came in from somewhere. All right, I'm going to start over again. Glenn, can you hear us all right?
That's your iPod. Get those fucking things on.
Ah. Did you get everything straightened out there?
Good.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, we're introducing this amendment. That was moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that the resolution be substituted with that consent application B 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 /25 ML and B 330 /31 /32 /33 25 ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2825 be deferred until such time as the following is addressed. That the scoped environmental impact study and addendum prepared by SLR Consulting and dated April 17th and July 29th, 2025, respectfully be updated to address the peer review of said documents prepared by RiverStone Environmental Solutions, Inc., dated October 14th, 2025, to the satisfaction of the Township of Muskoka Lakes. All right, committee. So we will, if this passes, all the other resolutions will also be deferred. If this doesn't pass, we will be back to going through each one of the resolutions that are required for this complete application to be done. So open to discussion. Questions and discussions. Councillor Edwards.
I can support it. When we look at the official plan, and it says objectives protect the ecological functions of lakes, rivers, and shorelines. 2, to ensure the protection of exceptional visual characteristics of lakes, rivers, and shorelines. And that's so I think when we're getting environmental reviews like this, it should be complete. I believe I read in somewhere that they could do more. And that it was only one visit. And then the one visit they did do, they found a rattlesnake. So I believe RiverStone had said there should be a 2-year study on something like that if there's rattlesnakes. So I would support a peer review. Thank you.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, just a quick question from a process standpoint, is a deferral the only option to incorporate the learnings from said peer review? Or are there other options?
Ms. Crowder, would you have a comment on that?
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Mazan, just thinking it through. The peer review, you could potentially use a holding provision, but it would essentially be the same thing. You'd be deferring for the, or no approval would be in place until the peer reviews were worked out. Yeah.
Committee? Any other thoughts on this? Let me call the question. Councillor McIntyre.
From left field, what about if the other option be that we just deny the application?
Well, this is a resolution we have in front of us. If this gets passed, if it doesn't get passed, you can consider that.
Doesn't get passed. What did you just say? Doesn't get passed? I couldn't hear you.
If this resolution gets approved, it will be deferred. And there will be a peer review of the RiverStone Solutions environmental study.
But
if it doesn't get approved, then we're back to the application as it is. All right, so we're just trying to determine whether there's enough support around the table.
Right, but that doesn't, if it doesn't get approved. And the application gets approved, then there's no, that thing, we're missing that other choice, aren't we?
Well, this will allow, what do you mean by the other choice?
If you approve this application, then it automatically gets deferred because we have to go do this work.
Right.
And if what's the alternative is we turn it down and then the application.
We turn this down, then we'll go back, finishing the debate on, we have 3 or 4 resolutions here.
And you can they could deny it.
Director Huff.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, maybe I just add a point of clarification. I think what we're saying today is what we've heard is direction to defer a recommendation. So we're not making a recommendation here. All we are doing at this point is just deferring a recommendation until such time as SLR's environmental work is further updated to reflect the comments from RiverStone. Then we would come back and make a recommendation on the application, at which time you're able to approve it or deny it. Conversely, if you were interested in making a resolution to outright deny it at this point, I mean, that's always an option, but I think what the chair is saying simply is that right now before us is a motion to defer a resolution to direct that the work be done before we come back. And if that fails.
Councillor Kent? Councillor Kent? Point of order here. All right.
I can speak.
Councillor Mazin.
I have two things. The first comment is and I just for clarification, maybe staff can help me with this. The benefit of having the peer review reviewed is simply because at this point, we have 2 conflicting almost environmental assessments. So given a bit of time and space, it would allow for a unified look or a recommendation by staff on the environmental piece by deferring this and giving that time to happen. Is that correct?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Mazan. In essence, yes. So the idea is if you defer for the peer review process to play out, ideally the environmental professionals are able to address each other's concerns and reach a consensus on what would be deemed appropriate for development. I would just say, however, if committee ultimately feels that they don't wish to approve this development, I would caution against deferring for the updated studies. Essentially, if you're deferring for something, once that's received,
we assume it would be approved.
That'd be sorry.
Councillor Madden.
Correct, thank you. That's a very good clarification. And I think that helps with the addressing some of what I think I'm hearing on the process standpoint. So there's a resolution that has been read. And that was to approve the first resolution that Councillor Bosenworth, Chair Bosenworth had read. What's before us now is deciding, are we going to defer that for a bit to allow for this process to unfold and then come back to this table. So we have a separate motion in front of us right now, Councillor Kent. And I think that's what Chair Bosenworth is trying to get on the table and discussed. So I would support, if I could offer, I think what Councillor Edwards has suggested, if we are going to move forward with with this particular motion, the idea of a peer review of the EIS. So whatever Councillor Edwards said, I'm supporting what he's saying as well.
Fair enough. Just let me consult with the clerk or deputy clerk for a minute. Committee, I'd like CEO Pink is going to walk us through this.
Thank you. Through you. I think just to provide an abundance of clarity, my understanding, the resolution before you, the amended resolution, is to not initiate a peer review so much. A peer review has largely been done. It's for the consultants or the applicant's consultant to respond to that peer review. That's what's before you. If that's, you could certainly consider that resolution and move accordingly. However, if committee wishes to defeat said applications, one typically wouldn't then ask the applicant to go undertake more work, incur more time and expenses if you have no interest in approving the application. So what I would suggest, if that is the case, I'm not suggesting it is, you would defeat that application. You would then go back to the original resolution and consider it and presumably defeat it. So I think that's the options before you.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. That's essentially what I was going to bring forward to you. I would not be approving this application. There's nothing new to me that's coming forward that this is an appropriate development in this area. And my history in this area has been extensive as a counselor. We put stuff in place for a reason. And I recognize that there's always that option to change it, but I will not be changing my opinion. I will be voting. I will not be voting in favor of this application going forward.
Councillor Zavitz.
Councillor Zavitz, thank you.
Well, thank you. It's for you. Given this late breaking news, would we remove this as a motion and go back to the original and then discuss the deny piece? I mean, to your earlier words, just for procedure.
From a procedural point of view, as CAO Pink pointed out, if we want to defeat the application, we need to defeat the current resolution, which is asking for the peer review, and then go back to the original resolution and defeat that. So we have to make the first defeats to get at the second one.
Okay.
Councillor Edwards.
Could we get a straw vote on who wants to just defeat it or who wants to go ahead with it, for the simple fact that we seem to be in an impasse? I'd hate to put them through it, a peer review to be turned down later, but on the other hand, it may give us the information for turning it down in the future.
Thank you for that suggestion. Let me confer with the clerks.
But really, like that.
All right. We have to vote on this resolution because it's been read. So to be clear, if each councillor wants the opportunity to turn the application down, they should vote against this one, because that will get us back to the original one where we can take that position. It doesn't mean, though, that if we turn this down, went back to the original one and were approving it, we could come back and put this in. All right? Is that clear to everybody? All those in favor? We need a count here.
1, 2, 2.
2. All those against? Okay, so this has been defeated. It's not needed.
4.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm going to call it again because we're unsure of the count here. How many are for this? 2. How many opposed?
Okay, sorry. It's equal.
5. Okay, thank you. So this has been defeated.
Actually, I do need to know what you did because I need 6.
What?
Well, Peters didn't vote.
Right.
I didn't need fairly came in.
So I have 9 people. Oh, no, 5 is fine.
5 is votes. Okay. All right, folks, we're back to
Okay, so do you?
the original resolution as read. I'm not going to read it again. And so this deals with 25 and 26. So I think it's fair to say that if this was defeated, all the others are defeated, correct? And if this is passed, we will go on and approve all the other ones. So do we have any debate?
I don't know.
So we got 3 to go. This is a first of 3. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's defeated. Me the next one. I'll sign them afterwards.
If the majority agree, you don't have to read them.
So this resolution is another long one. It was in the report. With your consent, I don't have to read it.
It's in
All
the
right.
report.
It's in the report, and this deals with B 30 and 31. So there were 4 altogether. Well, there's other ones as well, but this has to do with the lot creation. All right, so this is I just read the first sentence of it. Be resolved that consent applications B 30/31/25 ML be approved subject to the following conditions. Any debate? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's defeated. One more. Let's have a just
Oh, did I give you the zoning bylaw? Sorry, there's a zoning. That has, sorry.
So this is a zoning bylaw associated with.
The third consent.
All right, sorry. All right, so here is the third consent, and this deals with 27, 28, and 29. I think which are the right of ways, correct? Ms. Crowder? Transfer and preparation.
Through you, Chair, the 27, 28, 29, 32, and 33 are the rights of way.
Okay. This one's not so long, so I'll read it. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved, the consent application B 27, 28, 29 slash 25 ML and B 32, 33, 35 slash ML be approved subject to the following conditions. That the certificate of consent under sections 53(42) of the Planning Act, along with a transfer in preparation, be prepared by a solicitor and shall be given to the Secretary Treasurer within 2 years from the date the notice of the decision was given. That one hard copy and a digital copy of a registered reference plan of the severed lot / right of way / easements prepared by an Ontario land surveyor be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer, which corresponds with the applications as submitted. A draft copy of the reference plan shall be provided to the Secretary Treasurer for review and approval prior to registrations on title. 3, that the location and extent of the proposed right-of-ways be revised to reflect the configuration recommended within the scoped environmental impact study and addendum prepared by SLR Consulting and dated April 17th, 2025 and July 29th, 2025, respectively, and that the revised consent sketch form part of the notice of decision, and 4, that a rezoning be approved to rezone the identified watercourse feature and recommended buffer on retained lot number 1 of consent application B 2526/25 ML to environmental protection EP1 and to permit a driveway to traverse through the EP1 zone as shown in the extent and location on a schedule to the draft bylaw. Any debate on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's denied. This is the final consent. Okay, it's long, but I'm going to read it because it's the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Nishikava, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be resolved, the zoning bylaw amendments application ZBA 28/25 be approved subject to the following revisions to the draft bylaw. 1, prohibit the development of boathouses on / abutting the subject lands as recommended within the EIS addendum prepared by SLR Consulting and dated July 29th, 2025. Permit the development of docks only within aquatic habitat transects 1, 2, 6 to 12, 14 to 17, 28 to 33, and 35 per the EIS addendum prepared by SLR Consulting and dated July 29th, 2025, and include a schedule to the draft bylaw to reflect those locations. Rezone the identified Massasauga rattlesnake sighting area and hibernacula, is that how you say that? Hibernacula areas to environmental protection EP1, inclusive of the recommended 10-meter (32.8 foot) buffers, and amend the corresponding schedule to the draft bylaw accordingly. Restrict maximum output of the dock to the lake bed, i.e. cribs or steel piles, for a dock to be 161 square feet on each proposed lot as recommended within the EIS addendum prepared by SLR Consulting and dated July 29th, 2025. Require a minimum dock length within each aquatic transect to ensure a minimum mooring depth of 2.3 to 3.3 feet as per the EIS addendum prepared by SLR Consulting and dated July 29th, 2025, as detailed in staff report plan 111. Rezone the areas within 98.4 feet from the identified wetlands per the EIS addendum prepared by SLR Consulting and dated July 29th, 2025. 2, environmental protection, EP1, and amend the corresponding schedule to the draft bylaw accordingly. Rezone the identified watercourse traversing retained lot number 1 of consent application B2526/25ML to environmental protection bracket EP1, inclusive of a 49.2-foot buffer, and amend the corresponding schedule to the draft bylaw accordingly. Permit a driveway within the EP1 zone on retained lot 1 of consent applications B2526/25, and the schedule be added to the draft bylaw to reflect the location extent of each feature. And 9, repeal the sections of bylaw 2003-188 that relate to the subject lands, and that the subject lands and development be made subject to site plan control for the implementation of the recommendation and mitigation measures outlined in the scoped EIS and addendum prepared by SLR Consulting and dated April 17th, 2025 and July 29th, 2025, respectively, including securities as necessary among the matters. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is defeated.
Thank you.
All right, that's it.
That's it, sir.
All right, the next one we are going to do is Ms. Walker. And that is report plan 2026-021 ZBA 37/25. And this is on Henshaw Lake Road.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3725 in the name of 1061028 Ontario Inc. Next slide, please. The subject land are known municipally as 1013 Henshaw Lake Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 79 of the agenda package. It's also on the screen in front of you. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of the application is to permit an addition to the existing light industrial building that is used for wood finishing on the property. The resulting light industrial building will be 13,364 square feet. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 30 days in advance of this meeting, and 4 comments have been received to date. Comments are received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Beach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Paul Lyden, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, and Sarah Campbell, planner for the District of Muskoka. These comments will all circulated prior to today's committee meeting, and no objections were raised.
Excuse me, could we keep the conversation back?
Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that the application be approved. I have no other comments, but I'm happy to assist the committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allen. Applicant's agent, is he in the waiting room? Good.
Chair Bosenworth, I am here. Sorry for the slow click. You're coming in loud and clear on my Zoom side. My name is Ryan Allen, 16 McNabb Street, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1R4. I'm representing the Ontario Number Company here today with their zoning bylaw amendment, which is owned by Muskoka Lumber. Ms. Walker provided an excellent overview of the proposed amendment. I will not reiterate. One of the reasons, or primarily the reason for coming forward today with this zoning amendment, back in 2005 and 2006, there was a number of zoning bylaw amendments that were passed, partly to do with a lot addition and a rezoning of the original lot to the rural industrial zone to deal with frontage and area requirements, as well as to permit increased lot coverage. Currently, about half the lot is permitted to have 15% coverage and the other half only 10% coverage. The existing building straddles those two coverage areas. The amendment in front of you today will allow the entire lot to have consistent 15% lot coverage. The entire building complies with all other parts of the bylaw, setbacks, height, and parking, and a site plan agreement will be required if this application is approved. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the record time, Mr. Allen. That's all right, committee. Do we have any questions of the applicant or Ms. Walker? Seeing none. I'll read resolution moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 37/25 be approved. Any, Councillor Nishikawa?
Sorry, I just wanted to say my comment because when I read this, there was some questions about why we did things way back then. And a lot of it was the introduction of how the paint was being dealt with and the separators and that sort of thing that were needed, because that was an important part of this bylaw. So that's why it got a little convoluted way back when. But it really was about how we are dealing with those toxic substances, which they've figured it out.
Any other questions or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried.
Thank you.
Okay, our final application today is Mr. Mello. And it is for report or plan 2026-030 and the official plan amendment 65. The ZBA of 36/25 in the name of Fasin on Mortimer Road.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. The next application to be heard is concurrent official plan amendment application 65 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 36/25 in the name of Fasin. Next slide, please. The subject lands are municipally known as 1094 Mortimer's Point Road, unit number 222. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on pages 27 and 28 of the agenda package. The subject property is currently developed with a dwelling, a single-story boathouse, and an attached dock and 2 swim docks. The purpose and effect of the application is to construct a single-story boathouse and to remove a covered entryway located at the rear of the existing dwelling, resulting in a lot coverage of 12.1%. The application also proposes to construct an attached dock, resulting in a cumulative dock width of 49 feet. Next slide, please. The proposed exemptions are summarized as shown on the screen. This table was included in the circulation materials and provided in the agenda package. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments from the Building Division, Legislative Services, Operational Services, and Emergency Services indicate no objection. Comments received from the District Municipality of Muskoka indicate no objection. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that official plan amendment 65 not be adopted, and that exemption A of zoning bylaw amendment 36/25 as it relates to lot coverage be denied. Staff recommends that exemption B of the zoning bylaw amendment application as it relates to cumulative dock width be approved, subject to the recommended revision to the draft bylaw. I have no further comments at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allen, you're up again.
Yes, thank you. My address has not changed since the last couple minutes. I am representing the Faskins. I do have a presentation that I would like to share a few slides with, please, if that could be queued up. Excellent. This drawing was attached to your committee agenda. I just wanted to highlight that there's existing docks that are in red that are all to be removed and replaced with a new dock. The new dock is over width, however, it's no wider than the existing dock width, cumulative, and less area than the the current docks if they were all expanded. There's an existing boathouse that's proposed to be removed and replaced with a new boathouse. The new boathouse is approximately 80 square feet larger than the existing boathouse, and there's an existing covered entry located at the rear of the existing cottage that is proposed to be removed, and there's approximately a 3.5 square foot reduction in lot coverage from the existing. Next slide. This is the infamous covered entry at the back that's proposed to be removed. The front of the existing cottage was enhanced as part of a variance application and site plan approval. There's some shoreline buffer plantings that were completed. This photo was taken this summer, and I understand some additional trees have been planted since. Next slide. This is a view of the boathouse. You can see that the owner's boat does not fit both in length and in height. They have removed a portion of the door, and you'll see the tail end of the boat hanging out the back. You can see that the dock is in rough shape. It is sagging in the front, and it is also very shallow at the front of the rear of the boathouse, where the front of the boat comes in. Approximately a third of the boathouse sits over land, which challenges getting a more modern boat of increased length inside the boathouse. Next slide, please. So I think it's important to quickly go over the planning and building permit history. Pre-2018, the lot coverage was 12.1% on this lot. This is the same amount of lot coverage as being requested today. The previous owner, Chase, had a minor variance application approved to permit a new cottage on the lot at 11.7% lot coverage. The dwelling also was permitted a side yard setback. However, this new dwelling that was built actually is at a 17-foot side yard setback and didn't need relief from the setback that was approved through the variance. A subsequent site plan agreement was approved for Chase in 2018 as well at 11.6% lot coverage for the new cottage. In 2018, there was a building permit issued for Chase for the new dwelling, which also included the covered entry at the rear of the existing cottage at 12.1% coverage. And this building, including the rear covered entry, had building permits that were approved and a final inspection was received. Today, the Fasins have proposed an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment at 12.1% coverage. That number keeps coming up. The coverage is 80.75 square feet above the existing or the previously approved 11.7% variance, and it's 3.75 square feet less than the existing coverage that was approved in the building permit that included the rear covered entry. The existing dock was 49.2 feet, and the proposed width is slightly reduced at 49 feet. Next slide, please. Back to the existing and proposed site plan, I would just note that the cottage is well set back from the shoreline and complies with the minimum setbacks when it was reconstructed. The covered entry that's to be removed is slightly larger than the proposed addition to the new boathouse. So overall, there's a reduction of the existing coverage. I mentioned that the new docks that are to be constructed have less area than could be achieved by extending the existing docks to the full length. The boathouse itself complies with setbacks, length, width, height, and all of the other requirements of the zoning bylaw. The only non-compliance is the coverage. And in my opinion, the 80 square feet of additional boathouse area does not materially change the appearance of built form from the shoreline or result in built form dominating the appearance of the shoreline. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Is there anybody waiting in the room speaking for or against this application? No? Okay. Committee, do we have questions for the applicant or staff? Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, I'm just trying to review it again because I had noted staff are recommending approval of something, but not approving another. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Mello, we're getting near the end of the day. We need things nice and simple. Can you give us that? Thanks.
Through you, Chair Bosworth, staff are recommending approval of exemption B to the zoning bylaw amendment for cumulative dock width, and are recommending that the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw exemption pertaining to lot coverage be denied.
Councillor Nishikawa, was that clear?
But I'm finding it challenging. Sorry.
That's different discussion. Committee, any other questions? Councillor Zavitz? No. All right. Let me read the resolution then. Beg your pardon?
There's two resolutions.
Yeah, of course. All right, we'll do the first one. Be it resolved, moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that official plan amendment 65 bracket Faskin not be adopted. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Second motion is moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 36/25 Faskin as it relates to exemption B.
Councillor Roberts.
Sorry, not Roberts. Councillor, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 36/25 Faskin as it relates to exemption B of table 1 on report plan 2026-030 be approved subject to the following revision to the draft bylaw. That a revision be made to the draft bylaw to restrict the proposed dock to the configuration proposed in the submitted site plan, and that exemption A lot coverage be denied. So any discussion on this? Committee, if I can suggest, the size of the dock is quite long. This is an undersized lot, and so the staff report indicated that they would not be opposed to requesting a shorter dock, a dock with less length. And I was just wanted the committee to be aware of that, and whether there was any appetite for taking up that point. Councillor Edwards.
I could support shortening it up when you look at what was there compared to what they're looking like at the 22-foot wide dock coming out. I can't read it, about 66 feet. It could be cut back.
No other support for that? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? That also carried. All right.
Thank you for hearing me. I know it's a long day.
So, don't forget that new business.
Yes, I've forgotten. That's. All right, under new business committee, Mayor Kelly has suggested that we essentially ask the OPP to develop a plan to address the ongoing problems of the behavior at Bala Bay, or at the Bala, the key to Bala. Do we have any questions to anybody, or let me read the resolution so we can talk about it? Councillor Nishikawa? Let me read the resolution. Very well. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that committee requests that correspondence be sent from the municipality to the Ontario Provincial Police requesting the development of a plan to address the ongoing problem of disruptive behavior in Bala at the conclusion of events at the Key to Bala. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. So, and again, this dialogue's been going on for as long as I've been a councillor. It's always been an issue in Bala. But my conversation with the OPP this committee approved me to be part of their victim services committee with the OPP, and so that conversation took place, and I think we almost have to identify the area that we want to be policed. It's not in front of the quay. Like, let's not just keep everybody in front of the quay. It's all of the other surrounding town, like for instance, as I said, we have historic activity of people throwing our tables over into the river, those types of things on both sides. So it's spreading them out, I guess is what I'm trying to ask. And I don't know how you ask for that, but it's not just the road to the quay. It's how else are people getting home? Are they going to a boat launch? Are they, like, all of those other things that should be acknowledged as a disruption to the community?
Mayor Kelly?
Thank you. And through you, just to respond to that, I think the resolution calls for controlling the disruptive behavior through all of Bala, is it not?
It says disruptive behavior in Bala.
In Bala.
At the conclusion of the key to Bala. So I think that could be interpreted of all of Bala. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I do know with a recent communication a few minutes ago that there is a $30,000 to $40,000 OPP duty bill each year paid for by the key. So, I mean, that's part of our conversation, I suppose, with the OPP. Everyone's well aware that there is paid security there. And I guess what we're looking for is a closer eye on that. Am I correct?
Mayor Kelly?
Thank you. And through you. And again, I think it calls for a plan. I forget what the language is, but it's a plan.
Develop of a plan to address the ongoing problem of disruptive behavior in Bala.
Correct.
Pretty encompassing.
I think it's trying to be, yeah.
Councillor Kent.
Are you looking to have us coordinate with the key so we make sure that we're all in discussion about how that works, or this is just us and the OPP? Okay. Because I wasn't sure, did Glenn mention a security that was their security?
It's their security, Councillor
Okay,
Kent.
so we don't want them conflicting. That means they're making 40,000 plus potentially 70,000.
Councillor Kent. Sorry, I know it's the end of the day, but. All right, is there any more discussion on this? Councillor Nishikawa.
I just wanted to clarify, I agree with Councillor Kent. Yes, that paid duty is happening, but that paid duty stays within the boundaries of the building itself and the lands around the building. I was hoping for much more than that, so that'd be two separate issues.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you again, I go back to the resolution we're being asked to vote on, which says throughout Bala, you'll have to read it again, I have a crappy memory. It's calling for essentially a plan to manage the disruptive behavior in Bala.
In Bala.
Not in front of the key, not 50 feet in either direction, in Bala.
It's the whole town. All right, committee, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. All right. This resolution is to extend the length of this meeting another hour just because we're having so much fun. And we have tomorrow. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting adjourn at 3:34 p.m. and that the next regular Planning Committee meeting will be held on Thursday, April the 16th, 2026 at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much.